working through some potential changes to a motion, which I'll talk to soon. But let's start the morning with karakia. Inoi tātou. Tuia I ronga, tuia I raro, tuia I roto, tuia I waho, tuia ngā kaimahi o te konihira o Kirikiriroa, whaia te iti kahurangi, kia u, kia mau, kia ita, haumie, huie, taikie. All right, so this morning there's going to be a slight change to the agenda. We are going to move the Chair's report until after morning tea, and that's going to allow us to work through the suggested amendments to the motion, which were circulated early this morning. I'm confident that we'll be able to land on something where we can agree on a motion, but it's just going to take a bit of time to do that. So we'll move to what have we got? A table of declarations, confirmation of the agenda. So I will move with that change in mind, and Deputy Chair Jeff will second. All those in favour? Aye. All right, excellent. Declarations of interest.
Can we just go back into apologies, please?
Oh, and apologies. There we go. I'm getting ahead of myself. Right, okay. So we have full apologies from Councillor Tauriki and early departure from Mayor Southgate. Right, and I haven't actually received, I didn't receive any heads up around the apologies from Councillor Tauriki, so yeah. What's that? Well, staff have those, so it's...
We got it this morning.
Yeah, okay. All right, are there any other apologies? Okay, thank you. All right, I will move those apologies and seconded there by Deputy Chair Jeff. Moving to, and there were no declarations of interests, moving to the public forum. And good morning, Grayson. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us this morning.
No worries at all.
All right, so we've got 5 minutes approximately, although I'll be happy to leave, because since you're our only presenter this morning, I'm happy to be a bit flexible with the time for questions there if there are some. So we're in your hands, Grayson.
No worries. Hey, look, I just wanted to, I guess, firstly, thanks for having me speak today. Look, secondly, I think, on the number of times I spoke to this council before, one of the biggest things in terms of cost for us as developers is time. So I'm very pro what you're here to talk about today in terms of anything that can assist in providing us options to save time. I'm very for anything. And I think one of the great things that is on the table here around this fast track building consent is for those of us that want to use it and want to pay for it, we can. And for those of us who don't want to use it and don't want to pay for it and just stick with the 20 days, we can do that too. It's not actually taking away from anyone. One thing I do want to, I guess, say is that, I'm very appreciative of being able to work with Corey and his team to, I guess help and provide advice around this, and also, on the planning side as well. And it's great to see council and their teams taking proactive steps to help us as developers. So, I do want to, thank the council staff for that. One thing I would say with regards to this proposed law is the devil is in the detail. And what I mean by that is the government has announced that, they're going to make 10-day consents mandatory if we put solar panels on the properties. So again, council just needs to work through a lot of this detail around if we do go for a fast track building consent process, what does that look like? Because you can't outprice yourselves in terms of what this potential model could look like. Otherwise, we're all just going to put solar on our roofs, have another value-added selling point for our clients, and force council to issue us a consent in 10 days anyway. So it's a brilliant idea. I'm very, very pro it, but there are a number of things that, if not thought through properly, could make it a dead duck. So I just want to preface my sort of support for the concept with the fact that, the detail around how this operates and how it's charged is going to be key to its success or failure. I also just want to mention that we do just need to remember that this is a band-aid on a broader problem with council. We've got to understand that the reason that we're here wanting consents to be fast-tracked or issued faster is that our building consents don't get picked up in sufficient time. More often than not, they are picked up on day sort of 15 to 19, and they sit on someone's desk until that point. Then we get a request for further information, and by the time we obviously prepare that information and send it back, put it this way, if you asked what percentage of your consents are issued within 20 days of being applied for, the number would be zero. They'll tell you it's more because they put a stop on it, once the request for further information's been sent. But if you actually look at calendar days, it'll be at least double, if not more than that. So I think, again, we've got to look at the reasons why that is. And when I ask the reasons why that is, I'm advised that, hey, there's no incentive for us to pick them up and do it faster because council will then think we're over-resourced, they'll reduce our resource, and then the problem gets worse. So I think, although I'm extremely pro this idea, and I think council should really advocate for it because it does provide options and it doesn't take away anything from anyone else, there is an underlying problem here as to why we're talking about this. And I think that whilst we need to progress with today's conversation, the wider problem does need to be addressed as to why, building consents are significantly down on what they have been, and yet it's taking as long, if not longer, to get these consents issued. So I think, as I say, very pro it, but something that does sort of need to be factored in a broader piece, I guess. I guess that's my 2 cents worth, but happy to answer any questions.
All right, I've got a question from Deputy Mayor Angela, and then we've got some on the board as well. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, and thank you, Grace, and thank you for your submission, particularly being brutally honest, and the comment around, for those that don't like the idea, they don't have to pick up the service if it goes forward. I appreciate you saying that in a public forum. Grace, and other than what this particular proposal is called being fast-tracking consents, it's been raised many times over the years, and I'm sure you know that, in different words in different councils. I'd like to know why you think it hasn't been picked up before.
The fast track?
Yeah.
Great question. Look, I suspect that the building consent process, and look, this is just my opinion, so take it with a grain of salt, but I suspect a lot of it is because the consent process is very regulatory controlled from a central government perspective, and I think culturally that doesn't lend itself to thinking to alternative ideas or thinking outside the box for it. I also tend to think that when sometimes ideas like this are put forward, people think that it's taking away something from others. And I think that's, from my understanding of what's being talked about here today, that's not the case. This is an ad type scenario. It's a self-funded type proposition. So that would be what I would think. But as I say, that's just my view. So take it with a grain of salt.
No, I did want your opinion on it. So thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Oh, thank you. All right, we'll go to Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. Grayson, thanks for your presentation and also for your obvious input into this particular resolution. How much consultation have you had over this specific resolution with your developer colleagues?
Look, a little bit, and look, you've obviously seen in the media and no doubt you've had conversations with them yourselves. There's sort of mixed feedback on it. And certainly, some of the comments I've read in the media earlier in the week, I agree with all of them. This is, I think, John mentioned in the media that, the process around the land use and subdivision consent, resource consent process is the bigger problem, and he's 100% right, it is. My view would be, why stop with that? That is something that's a problem. It is something that, we're working actively with Grant and his team on, and ways of, shortening that process. But building consent is another way of helping resolve this problem. If we can cut, 20 days legislative, the legislative 20-day requirement down to 10 or less, that's a huge help. Some talked about this as well, but side topic. There's ways that we can shorten things at the other end in terms of code of compliance as well, but that's a bit more complicated. So I think my view would be, why stop at one thing when we can try and fix two? Every bit of time counts. But similarly, with Matt Stark's comments in Waikato Times as well, completely agree. We as builders, and my business partner Kevin agrees here as well, we shouldn't have to be paying for the service, and we shouldn't be having to pay extra to get our consents out in 10 days. As I said, there's a cultural problem at council around why it's taking till day 15 to 19 to pick up a consent, and that problem needs to be resolved. But my view is that's going to take time. So why not open up options for us in the meantime whilst these underlying issues get fixed? Would be my position. So again, that's why I'm for it. I think it's a self-funded proposition. Those that want it, use it. Those that don't. And for those of us that want to save time, we can.
Thank you for that. Look, I think probably we're all very keen to find a solution to this issue.
Just questions.
Yeah, as well.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Do you have one more question, and then we'll move to Mangai Jadine?
I was wanting to ask a couple more questions. If I could ask one, you've spoken about the fact that RFIs often get responded to at the very last moment in the 20-day time frame. How often have you felt that has been unreasonable and that there should have been a much more timely response?
Oh, look, Tim, almost every consent.
Right.
Okay. You can talk to almost any developer in town, and they will tell you, and I've had open conversations with Corey and his team about this, very rarely, unless we ask, for assistance, which the team are very good with helping, by the way, but generally if it's submitted, it'll sit in what they call the stack, it'll get assigned to someone, and it will literally sit there. I've very rarely seen a consent picked up before day 15, and then, you'll get an RFI sent out. We obviously then need to collate a response to that. Quite often, not always, but quite often that detail is actually in what we've sent anyway, and it's just highlighting it. But, that then puts another couple of days into the process. So it's just, again, I think if something could be picked up quickly, looked at, assessed, is there information that's required or not, an RFI sent out, we respond to it, and there's action taken quickly, I think we as a development community would have a totally different approach to this issue.
Yeah.
But the problem is that 20-day limit is getting, for want of a better phrase, exploited.
Thanks,
and I just personally think that's wrong.
I'm just hoping that we can
Thank
find
you.
an amendment that will specify the need for that to be a very timely response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Cool, thank you very much. And so I am mindful we're well over our 5 minutes, so we're just going to take one last question, Grayson. Cool, thank you very much. Mangai Jadine.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. Kia ora, Grayson. Thank you for your submission. I note that you mention this won't take anything away from anyone else. And in the spirit of keeping things cost neutral to ratepayers, in your opinion, would the development community be willing not only to accept the cost of a fast track service, but also the cost of investigating this piece of work? Let's just say it costs $100,000. Would the development community also be willing to wear that cost or share that cost? Thanks.
Highly doubt it. I mean, the reality is if it costs $100,000 to investigate this piece of work, council's got some way bigger questions to answer for, because this is a pretty damn simple proposition. So yeah, I think that's quite a scary question, if I'm honest.
Yep.
But also in broader response to that, I think we've got to think bigger picture here. That the more consents that get pushed through council every year, the more development contributions that you pick up. We have a set building time frame. If I'm doing, say, 12 developments a year and fast tracking the planning process, fast tracking some of the building consent process and other processes that council needs to fast track.
Asked and answered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I was just testing the appetite or the willingness to share that cost.
I would say zero.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for answering.
Thank you. Sorry, Grayson. And is that's answering? Sorry, your answer there was zero appetite to share the cost of investigating this, but you have expressed that the willingness to pay the additional fee for a fast-tracked service.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to pay for the service that we receive, but I think suggesting $100,000 to investigate what's quite a simple idea, I personally balk at.
Okay, cool. Thank you very, very much. All right, we really appreciate your time this morning, Grayson. So thank you for joining us in the chambers. All right, see you. Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you everyone for your good questions. We're going to now, as mentioned, we'll go to confirming the minutes. And then we'll skip over the Chair's report for now. So I'll move, and Councillor Ewan will second this one. All right, all those in favour of confirming the minutes? Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to the General Manager's report.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. So this report was just to give you an overall sort of summary stock take of the work program that has been running through this committee this triennium. So outlined, I've given you a bit of a traffic-like summary of all the various items that we had undertaken to progress over this time. I would note that a number of these items are continuing progress, because they don't just finish at this meeting today. There are a number of very big programs of work that continue on, an example being the fast-track consents, our private plan change processes, and the work across our various growth areas as examples. But I also want to acknowledge there's a very dynamic environment that they're working in at the moment in terms of legislative reform, both in terms of the RMA and signal changes to the RMA that are going to come later this year and into next year, the fast-track legislation, the impact of changing funding and financing rules, particularly the changes to development contributions to development levies, which has been signalled. So the work program and the dynamic nature of what we operate in is very, 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 very challenging, as well as the economic conditions, which also create an added challenge of how do we deliver solutions for high growth community for the long term, but equally balance the here and now financial challenges that New Zealand is facing in terms of the economic cycle. So I just want to sort of recognise and acknowledge the team of the work that they're doing in this very dynamic environment. It is an incredibly large work program. We are responding positively to the challenges, and I'd like to think that we are, as a council, leaning into the issues. We are responding with new resources with the development community to support the fast track processes. Whilst we didn't get selected for a city regional deal, we are acting as if we are still in that same operating environment with the government. So investigating new funding and financing tools, working with our neighbours on fast tracks positively, working with the government on the IAF Central City. So we are in effect still taking a very strong partnership approach to the work that we do with the government and our neighbouring councils, even though we haven't been successful in the city deal. So councillors, really just want to acknowledge the work of the team, acknowledge the work program, and acknowledge your support as we've been working through a really, really interesting but also important time for the city as we look to the future. And very happy to take any questions on the matters that I've identified.
Cool. I don't see any questions at the moment. Thank you very much, Blair, and thank you for the really good summary. Oh, we do have a question from Mayor Paula.
Sorry, and apologies for being late. In relation to your report and the previous item, I know it's coming in the chair's report,
Yeah.
the resolution, but may I ask some questions about staff about resourcing in the consent area, or when is the right time to ask those questions, please?
Because this doesn't really touch, this general manager's report doesn't touch on building consents.
No, so is it in the, will I be able to ask staff those questions in
There
the
is a,
next item?
so Mayor Paula, there's the chair's report, there's also a general, somewhere in the updates, is it the general updates? Just checking, there's somewhere here, an update on the consent working group. Here we are on page 118 of the agenda, where that might be an appropriate question. But Corey,
Before your resolution is put, that's when I need to ask questions. That's the key here.
So Corey is unfortunately in a hearing providing evidence in another city at the moment. So one of the challenges we do have today is being able to ask questions directly of him. We do have...
Helen's just popped out of the room. So Corey his availability is very limited.
You, Blair? Yeah.
Yes, you can. I mean, I do note that the topic of the building was in the chair's report was a report back, so come back with information. So we aren't in a position today to provide detailed answers, but happy to assist.
And what I'll do is, Corey did say he may be able to zoom in at a certain point during the day, so we'll liaise to see if that's going to be possible now that we've deferred the item. So will we defer making, sorry Madam Chair, I don't mean to hold you up, but will we defer making the vote on that, just your resolution, till after I've been able to ask some questions? That's I will do my best for us to be able to talk to Corey beforehand. Okay. Yeah.
Because I think a sound process is to be able to ask all your questions before you vote on something, so I just want to make sure that happens.
Noting, of course, that this is a elected member recommendation and resolution. What I've consulted with Corey, this is not a staff report, so there will be questions that staff won't necessarily be able to answer, and we do need to acknowledge that as well today. So, but we will reach out to Corey to see. He wasn't able to guarantee a specific time, so we just have to do our best in that regard. Yeah.
Just to assist with the meeting, so the Consents Working Party, which Grant Kettle is here, and Grant has been meeting with developers, that is including both Corey and in our engineering consents, Mayor Paula. So it does cover, has been exploring all three areas.
So we can ask those questions after morning tea when you get to that. But I just want to make sure there's a couple of questions I'd like to ask. I don't want to squirrel off in a corner with have a little private chat. I would like to explore some questions in genuineness and then make a genuine decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to... Where are we? Sorry. Yep. Mangai Jadine.
I just have a quick question on page 20 of Diligent.
Yes.
It speaks about sites and areas of significance to Māori that it's currently on hold and delayed. Could I just have a comment in terms of the delay? Is it on HCC side, Waikato Tainui side, Mana Whenua side, or a plan change? I already gave Mark a heads up, thanks.
Oops.
Give that to somebody else. Morena, Jadine. So, look, it's a bit remiss of us in terms of that reporting. The more accurate reporting is in the district plan report. So, at the moment, sites and areas of significance is not on the work program. And the reason for that is because through Plan Change 9 and the decision on 3rd of May 2024, we've protected 7 Urapa, 31 power sites, 25 borough pits, 6 wāhi taonga, artefact finds, and 10 Māori horticultural sites. So in our view, that's largely been put to bed through Plan Change 9. If it was the desire of future council to look further into that, then that's for a future council.
Awesome. Thanks for putting that on record. Right. Kia ora.
Cool. Thank you, Mangai Jadine. Mayor Paula.
Urban Design Panel Advisory. Sorry. That's delayed. When do you expect that to come back on board? And you know how much of a champion I've been for SIPTED and incorporating sounder principles of that into urban design. Can you talk to those two things, please?
Yes, I can, and Grant Kettle might want to jump in as well. So through, just very quick sort of chronology of it, so through Plan Change 12, we strengthened the urban design criteria quite significantly through the plan. The external independent urban design panel is still active, but at the moment, because of the economic climate, those types of large-scale developments that we'd ordinarily see coming through that have just simply been less. But what I would say, and I've observed, and Grant might want to jump in here, but is that the new urban design criteria in the plan through Plan Change 12 is a lot stronger than what it was. So that's providing a lot more leverage from a consenting point of view to deliver some stronger urban design outcomes.
Including the safety features that might
including
be required.
SEPTED, yeah. So SEPTED is one of those criteria. There might be about a dozen or so new urban design criteria, and SEPTED is embedded within those.
Thank you.
I would just add, Mayor Paula, it's delayed because we just have to allocate our resources to the areas of highest need, and I guess Mark's team is under incredible pressure.
Yeah, no, I accept that. Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of delaying it, I mean, the point is, I guess, in a roundabout way, we're not losing anything from delaying it
Just not
because of
those
the
gains,
controls we have in place. Moreover, we're yet to see what happens through resource management reform. The Minister's made comments around urban design and the reach of councils into private property as well. So, look, we'll wait and see how that transpires.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions at this stage? There aren't? All right. Do I have a mover for this item? Mangai Jadine, and seconded by Councillor Louise. All those in favour of receiving the report? Thank you. All right. We're moving to strategic issues.
Council submission.
Oh, shoot, sorry. Yes, there we go. I need to... all right, so we're going to the council submission for the Resource Management Act. Mark, could we invite you back up again? Sorry.
Mark and Juliana.
Cool. And I was going to mention this in the Chair's report before that got bumped, but this will be Mark's final committee meeting with us. And so I do want to say congratulations, Mark, on the new role that you have and the exciting adventure that you have before you. I can speak, I think, on behalf of all of us that you have brought immense value to this council and to the city. The work that you've done in terms of value capture, commercial agreements, the emerging areas work and flipping how we think about bringing in new greenfield areas to the city. The work you've done with coming to agreements with developers on the fast track proposals and working through that immense workload that we did not expect a year or two ago has been phenomenal, and your support for me as chair and for Councillor Jeff as deputy chair has been incredible. So we want to just acknowledge your fantastic work. Yeah.
Thank you.
And on that note, we're in your hands.
Well, look, I'll hand over to Juliana, who's been leading the preparation of the submission. So it's been compiled across a whole lot of different parts of council because of the fact that the RM reform program does touch so many parts of what council does. I think just the opening comment before I hand over to Juliana and any comments she might like to make is we just need to bear in mind where we're at in this process. So this is a discussion document regarding new national policy direction, and what the government has said is that they will not be introducing that new government national policy direction ahead of RM reform. So they've got a number of ideas, a number of policy agendas that flow from their Going for Housing growth policy, and this is genuinely just a discussion document at this stage. So the effects of this will come through when the new resource management legislation comes through. So just in terms of context as to where we're at in the process. So Juliana, do you want to make any comments?
I think something that we try to bring as part of our submission is just explaining that, you know, planning can solve only part of the problem. It's not going to be the final solution. So, you know, there are other mechanisms that need to come in place as well. So we try to raise this. I think when email was circulated yesterday, talking about these several bespoke areas that are coming as part of fast track, and how unfortunately there is a misalignment with any spatial planning it's being done. And also, you know, several of the points that were raised by multiple units in council, they also use the lenses of everything that council has done so far. So a lot of the proposal that is coming from central government is what we've been implementing as part of Plan Change 12.
Thank you. And Leah, we'll take questions. Discussion. Okay, we've got Councillor Jeff to start with.
Thanks, Chair. Sarah, thanks, guys. Just looking at the key messages and recommendations of our submission, the third one we talk about the challenge of paying for growth, and to meet this demand we require more effective mechanisms to recover development costs. Can you just expand on that a little bit and flesh that out? What we need from government?
Look, Greg might want to jump in here, but I mean, this really stems from the Infrastructure Commission report, which came out several months ago, that had most high growth local authorities recovering sort of around the 30% mark of what the actual costs of growth are. So that means that 70% is being covered by the ratepayers at large, which probably speaks to why we've seen the rates increases, you know, at the levels we are. So what we're saying is that, look, we're a fast growing city, we can't escape that, we can't turn growth off, but government, you need to be thinking about giving us the tools to collect at a higher rate from the development community to avoid burdening the ratepayers of the city. Greg, do you want to, I don't know, Greg, add to that?
Yeah, through the chair. The government has a infrastructure funding and financing program of policy work that it's doing, but those tools include things like the IFF using targeted rates in a more directed way, reforming development contributions and private developer agreements. But I think a really important part is that they're deployable. Some of these things are really hard to deploy or to get effective results from. So, you know, that's what we're advocating to the government, and we're supporting, you know, the council supporting their initiatives to find more tools to help growth pay for growth.
Thank you. And just a further question, to what extent is the fast track process affecting this? How is that making it harder?
Well, I think it's the fact that because of many of the fast track areas falling outside of the current jurisdictional boundary of the city, means that the tools that we have available we can't actually enforce because these areas are not within our jurisdictional control. So as simple as charging development contributions or rates. So there's elements of that you know, there are issues that we need to overcome.
Is that something that the government needs to recognise?
We have signalled that in our submission to the fast track approvals bill, and we have had more recent communication with officials as to this being a gap. It's a gap or an issue not only for us but also for Tauranga as well, with whom we've had some conversations with, who are experiencing the same issues. But I think for us, part of the solution lies in that strong future-proof collaborative partnership and that multi-agency approach we're taking as a sub-region to dealing with these large land development proposals that are on our urban edge.
So it's relationships with other councils, neighbouring councils? It's
relationships with those neighbouring councils, but also those strong relationships we have with the development community. So, you know, we're taking a very collaborative approach with those developers and in the pursuit of achieving some win-win outcomes.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
I think the key issue, just to build on this, is we're trying to, think about the very long-term outcomes for our community, irrespective of the boundaries. The fast track has fundamentally changed how we have to think about land use, and it's meaning we're having to confront 50 to 100 years of infrastructure planning, funding, financing in a very short time frame, and do so in a very bespoke manner. So it's as Mark said, it's very unique to Hamilton because of our geographical situation and our very small boundaries, and so I think it's about making sure that the government and our government colleagues understand the real risks and challenges that we're having to work through here.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Anna.
Thank you for all your good work on this. Just a question in regards to affordable housing, because this going for housing growth is really about that. Is there a possibility that we could strengthen the statement or direction in our submission around affordable housing in alignment with the Waikato Housing Initiative? Just simply to say, look, that we consider it a priority, and also that inclusionary zoning is not off, that we support that as a direction. Because I think those 2 points are what the Waikato Housing Initiative has put in, so just would be good to see some alignment.
We can,
Yeah, okay, thank you.
no problem.
Okay. Mange Jadine.
Kia ora. Thank you for all the hard work. In the paper it talks about we have only provided responses on the sections that are most relevant to council, and I know on the 37 sections we don't respond to number 35, which is, do you have any feedback on how the Going for Housing Growth proposals could impact on Māori? Could you just give a bit of response to that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jodie. My understanding was that, talking to staff, was that that wasn't our place to be speaking on behalf of Māori and how this would impact them, and that was better left to the likes of Waikato Tainui and others.
Thank you for the response. I don't necessarily agree, but thank you for responding nonetheless. Kia ora.
I think, just if I could add, I think that was the same approach that was used on the fast track submission as well.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree, but thank you for the response nonetheless. Kia ora.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. On page 35 of the agenda, so page 27 of the attachment, there is a price comparison on a per square metre basis for standalone buildings versus apartments. For reference, the standalone is $2,200 per square metre. The apartments is $5,010 per square metre. Given that the RMA reform is about housing affordability, why have we been relying on intensification in Hamilton?
It's been thank you, Councillor. That's been the strategy the city's pursued for the last 2 decades in terms of preferring infill intensification over further greenfield growth. I think what I would say is that our understanding of the costs of infill growth have matured over that time frame, and over that same period of time, the costs and input costs have moved around quite a bit in terms of what it takes to build a vertically attached apartment versus a terraced townhouse versus a duplex versus standalone. And with it, and others are better placed to speak to this, the market and the market players have tended to favour certain products where they can manage their bottom lines more effectively, such as duplexes, and you've seen that taken off over the last decade. So yes, there is at the moment a feasibility challenge in terms of those vertically attached apartments, but my observation is that that's not actually unique to Hamilton alone. Auckland and some of the other major centres around the country are also struggling with the same thing in terms of, in the current climate, current input costs, getting those more dense forms of housing development to stack up.
And second question, on page 31, paragraph 3 of the submission notes that housing capacity assessments should be grounded in development feasibility. How good is Hamilton City Council at providing figures grounded in development feasibility.
Might hand that to Greg, whose domain that is, if you'd like to answer that.
Thanks, through the chair. So feasibility is one of the most complicated economic pieces in terms of, projecting feasibility. So you're relying on not only understanding the future economy that hasn't happened yet, but also input, output, and developer behaviours. So I think just to start with, it's very hard. We're very lucky to have Dr. Yong Van, who's an economics PhD, who's done a wealth of work in collaboration with other experts. I think our feasibility information is very strong. I've looked into it in quite a lot of detail. I think you just have to take, you look at other benchmarks, you have to take it with a grain of salt. But I'd stand behind it, and I think it's one of the best I've seen in the country. So yeah, I'm happy to stand behind it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions online at this stage? No. Okay. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. My questions sort of follow on from that, but relate to the growth pace for growth. I'm just looking for the right paragraph now. In terms of there was market feasibility and infrastructure, the ability to roll out infrastructure, which I agree with, and taking on, you've answered the question about how do you know what's feasible. I'm interested in, put this question, I've got a blank on how to ask the question. Growth plays for growth. The Infrastructure Commission, let me go from there. Now, they have said that infrastructure is poorly utilised, that the existing infrastructure. So what commentary is made in here around cross-boundary arrangements to get that better use of, that better scale and economy of infrastructure use? I'm thinking Blair Future-Proof, for example. I'm thinking of co-investment into a southern wastewater plant, where we actually need 3 councils to co-invest to make that infrastructure fly and work, right?
Well, look,
So I didn't see a lot in here, but have I missed it somewhere?
probably pass to Kevin Strongman, it's his area of expertise. So Kevin, do you want to?
He's just stepped out of the room.
Sorry.
So look, I think the main thing there is that through these relationships that we're building with the partner councils and with developers, we're starting to have to contend with how we service these areas in a cross-boundary manner. And EOI is obviously helping.
I get that,
that,
but in terms of this goes to government, so in terms of government understanding the place that cross-boundary sharing of infrastructure funding, that's why I'm asking, is there anything in here? I didn't see a lot that strengthened the proposition of cross-boundary use of infrastructure as the way forward.
We do talk about, so one of the key platforms is around responsiveness and about councils moving with the market and enabling sort of out of sequence unanticipated development. And that poses a big risk to council, because these infrastructure programs and the actual pipes in the ground and the roads can't just sort of pivot from day to day to service different areas. So that's a big risk that we've identified in the policy so far as it relates to infrastructure provision. I mean, most of those areas around the edge of the city are by and large beholden on the existing city networks to.
So do you think the question, Laurie, do you think that the existing with EOI will answer the majority of the shared infrastructure challenges we face? Will that start to make those efficiencies inevitably, spread the cost over boundaries?
Well, certainly in the case where you've got urban development straddling the Hamilton and Waikato district boundaries, yes. Yeah.
Trying to understand what you're wanting the submission to say.
I was trying to see where we were strengthening the Infrastructure Commission's point of view that infrastructure is best managed across bigger boundaries and with proper partnerships. I didn't see very much in here. And so, yet, like we can't all have the home of soccer. For example, if you're talking about community infrastructure, we can't all have water plants of scale.
And are you looking for support with putting those
I was wondering where
place?
I could find it, because I read and I couldn't see it. And you did mention the Infrastructure Commission.
Is that something that we could take away as a
Yes, let's add it to the list
Yeah,
that Councillor
okay,
Anna
thank
has
you.
started in terms of the
All
affordable
right.
housing, and
Yeah.
we'll add that one as well, and
If
look to
there's,
bolster
yeah,
the submission.
thank you very much. So staff will note
Yes,
that
we've got
as
three things
something
to
to
now
add into the
and
submission
counting,
there.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. That's all right, no.
Now, I do have a question, thank you, Mayor Paula. I do have a question in terms of the more standardised zoning. What does that mean for existing decisions we've made in terms of, you know, for example, Plan Change 12 with a very unique, tailored solution for Hamilton?
So the preference, you know, by the government and the proposal for the new system is to have these standardised zones. And Minister Bishop's talked about there being over 1,000 different bespoke zones up and down the country, and looking to rationalise that to say a few hundred, if not less. So what that would mean would be that it'll be somewhat akin to a paint by numbers. We will be given a list of zones by the government with all the controls that relate to those, and we'll then need to look to refresh our zoning pattern with these codified zones and controls that relate to those that are going to come through the resource management reform process. There will be a pathway, and it's talked about in the documentation, a pathway for retaining some of the unique zoning approaches, but that'll be, from what I've read, by exception, where there are some genuinely unique circumstances that this, I guess, book of zones, for want of a better description from the government, doesn't address or falls short addressing.
I guess, Mark, the question though is, in practice, are we concerned about that? I mean, in practice, you know, I think we probably could fit most of what we have in the district plan into this new approach.
Yeah, we haven't seen what the list looks like from the government yet, but
Yeah.
yes, I mean, effectively we've got one industrial zone, some slight nuances regarding logistics in Ruakura, you know, three residential zones, four including large lot residential. So I don't think it will be a huge issue. But what it will mean, what it might mean, is that the city, through all the work it's done through iterative plan reviews, is it'll lose some of the nuance that each of those zones hold, which is unique to Hamilton. So I'll give you an example. Green policies would be one example.
Yeah.
So the work we've done around that in terms of some of the special provisions, that may well fall away when the government comes in with their sort of codified set of zones.
Do you think then, I mean, that we've highlighted our concern enough in that regard? Just thinking of Plan Change 12, the policies around permeable surfaces and having trees incorporated into developments. There's a number of things which were designed to mitigate the impact of development on the river. There's a huge amount of work and money that went into this plan change, and taking that very tailored approach, so have we highlighted our concerns enough in here?
So what I'd say is that I think the city should be advocating for those things because of the basis for them. But now, in terms of what this discussion document is asking for, it's probably not the right place for them. We need to let the process run a little bit further. This is just regarding the high level national policy direction that the government's coming out with. We haven't yet seen what this set of codified zones looks like, nor have we seen what the process for coming up with our own unique zones is going to be.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I don't have any further questions at the moment. So we've noted a few small additions to the submission. I think we'll move. I don't believe I've moved it yet, so is there anyone who would like to move and second? Yeah, you'll move, Councillor Jeff? Oh, you're moving. Councillor Tim, would you like to second? Yeah, okay. Yes, we'll go to debate.
Thank you. Look, I wasn't going to, I was going to wait till the chair's report, but you've spoken about Mark, so do you mind if I just very quickly, I want to also acknowledge Mark Davey for his calm, unflappable, approachable demeanour and his abilities, which I think, and the respect with which he's obviously held. And I think we're losing a real intellectual heavyweight, sadly, who's going to go a long way. But so I just want to acknowledge Mark and thank him for, you know, for his expertise. And Blair, you've got a huge shoes to fill, finding someone. But yeah, thanks, Mark, for what you've done, and thanks to the team.
All right. Councillor Ewan.
Thank you.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
I'm happy to.
Yeah,
Okay,
carry
thank
on.
you. Look, I've written down a couple of things as well, because I really feel we're losing an intellectual heavyweight, as my good friend has just commented with Mark Davies' departure. And look, I just want to acknowledge the outstanding contribution Mark has made to the urban and spatial planning direction of this council. What I've really enjoyed is his incredible knowledge, timeless dedication, and just the spirit he goes around his work. I think Mark has brought a combination of strategic vision and practical insights, always focusing on delivering the best outcomes for the community in what is an incredibly complex, fluid, constantly moving regulatory environment. And he does it with incredible calm and insight. And so we've got a lot of very capable people here, but losing Mark is tragic for the city. Cairns has done well to grab him. I'm sorry that we as council wasn't able to, I don't know. It's just tragic that we're losing him. So I just want to emphasise that.
Well spoken, both of you. Or Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Supporting the comments of both, of all of you on Mark. Thank you very much for the work you've done. And I actually agree, so I don't want to spend more time, but know that I agree 100% with what's already been said about you and wish you the best of luck in your new job. In terms of this report, it's a very good report. This is one of the hugest changes that we're experiencing alongside we've had local water done well, and the RM reform is critical to the way councils function going forward. And so this is just the first step on a very big process of change that is coming our way from central government. I guess the point I was trying to make with my questions, albeit a bit clumsily, is taking a lean on the great work that the Infrastructure Commission has done to note that New Zealand needs to make the best use of the infrastructure we have, not just focusing on doing more for less money, but actually making that infrastructure work as hard as it can. And that's why I wanted to have a little bit of commentary around network of infrastructure, just as opposed to just our city boundaries, and maybe strengthening some of that we understand from future-proof, because otherwise we're just going to have growth popping up all across New Zealand on our boundaries and everywhere else for that matter, competing with itself for success. And I don't think that's viable in the current situation. And New Zealand definitely needs to consider, and government needs to consider, how it supports growth, where and when and how, because you can't scatter seeds everywhere and have growth popping up. It just isn't fundable from an infrastructure point of view. So I was just trying to pick that up, and I do believe some of the latest annual plans of the Infrastructure Commission have re-strengthened that position, that we need to work in different boundaries, different scales, different economies if we're really going to deliver the infrastructure that we need. And I think making that point that in the fast-growing Tier 1 councils, that's even bigger pressure than anywhere else. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. The growth equation is not adding up. Greenfield is half the cost of infill, but the infrastructure cost is higher. except in limited capacity areas where upgrading existing is much worse for infill. We've heard that Hamilton City Council is recovering just 30%, so growth is not paying for growth. But as it stands, developers can't pay more than the 30%, they can't absorb it, and they can't pass it on to the end user because houses are already unaffordable. $550,000 for a small section in Hamilton is not a good start for building. The underlying problem is that New Zealand infrastructure costs 4 times the OECD average. The way we, and I mean council, does infrastructure is what needs to change. We need to do it more cost effectively or not do it at all, because the rates burden on our residents is really hurting people. I remind you that getting more money from central government is simply moving the burden from ratepayers to taxpayers, who are usually the same people. It is the council that needs to change the way we do infrastructure, and it is possible.
Thank you, Councillor Andrew. Councillor Anna.
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff for the huge amount of work, and the key point that I saw coming through, which is that planning will only get us so far, and that it is the financing of infrastructure that is the critical issue. And it is really concerning that to hear that 70% of growth is paid for by the ratepayer. So something is definitely not right in that mix. But I just also wanted to pick up on what Mangai Jadine highlighted around our lack of commentary on the impacts of this on Māori, because I think, we need to get that right. It's really important. Māori are ratepayers in our city, but also we have an obligation in terms of our commitments to Te Tiriti to consider how any policy impacts on outcomes of equity. So I think that's something we need to address and get right. And in terms of affordable housing, it will be great to see that aspect strengthened. And I want to acknowledge Mark also and your contribution to that space, because I think you have, we've had lots of challenging conversations around how on earth we're going to achieve affordable housing, and your ability to pivot, I think, like especially around inclusionary zoning, and look at how we could achieve that anyway, despite the challenges that it faced in Queenstown, how we can achieve it anyway here. And I think we've made a really good commitment to that 10% line of requiring or negotiating that in Greenfield. So I really appreciate your commitment to seeing that through, and we will miss your contribution. So thank you.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Emma.
Kia ora. Thanks to staff for their work on this report. I won't labour the point that Councillor Andrew and Councillor Anna have made, but that 70% figure does show that our system is broken, and we really need to think hard about how we can address the cost of growth, especially being the fastest growing city for the second year in the row. This growth won't go away, and we've got to find a sustainable way to address it. And secondly, I just want to back what others have said. Council have an incredible amount of valuable people in our staff, and Mark is absolutely one of them. We've been extremely fortunate to have you as long as we have, and your appointment to Fast Track was another endorsement of this. So as my colleagues have mentioned, we're losing a lot of talent, but we wish you the very best for the role, and I'm sure you continue to grow and rise, and we look forward to seeing your success in the future. So thank you very much, Mark, and congratulations.
All right, thank you. Do I have any other speakers? I will say a few words. Thank you to colleagues for your excellent words in regards to Mark's new role and his departure. In terms of the submission, I think the core of this is at paragraph 12, where it talks about planning not being the only answer here, and that we risk oversimplifying what's a complex issue. Ultimately, rezoning land does nothing if it's not connected to pipes and roads, and it doesn't have parks and playgrounds and all the things that you need for a new subdivision to function. We're also seeing a push towards potentially even further intensification along transport corridors, but we've had a complete cut to any further improvements to public transport services. So these things have to work together. Otherwise, we're not achieving what the government is trying to achieve here in terms of bringing down house prices. A further report in this agenda talks about the average cost of a Greenfield house being $960,000 and one in Brownfield, a redevelopment, being $690,000. We have seen over the years that infill does deliver affordability, or at least relative affordability, and so this does highlight the importance of continuing to have this as an option for development, and why we need to focus so hard on fixing things like our wastewater constraints. I agree with Andrew in terms of needing to really tackle the issue of the cost of infrastructure projects. It's a nationwide issue, and I think the CRL, the new underground train project in Auckland, really has highlighted how there needs to be fundamental shifts in how we build large infrastructure projects here in New Zealand across the whole country. Finally, I am concerned about us losing some really important and unique zoning rules here in Hamilton that both protect our river and also protect the primacy of the central city, and the need to and also our waterfront as well. There are a whole bunch of things that are unique to Hamilton we can't lose in our district plan. Thank you. All right, let's go to the vote. All those in favour?
Carried unanimously.
Excellent. All right. We're now powering through. We're on to strategic issues. So, Blair.
Yeah, so there's a multi-layered part to this report. So what I suggest, Chair, is that we take there's sort of three substantive items. The first of those is an update on the Central City and Greenfield reports, and so I'll get Sonia and team to Matt to come down and to talk to that. Then we have an update on industrial analysis, and there's some work that's been done by the team in terms of industrial forecasts and demand. So I'll get Mark and the team to come speak to that. And then I think we'd also like just to highlight some work on the Transport MSP work program. So Phil was in the chamber. He might have disappeared. So if he's here, we can talk about that.
Thank you. And I do note before we go into the quick introductions to these topics, there has been a motion circulated. It'd be quite helpful to just bring it up onto the board so that elected members can have an early sight
in relation to Central City?
Yeah, so in relation to the Central City, essentially a recommendation that a reference group has set up to be able to provide on-the-ground feedback in terms of our approach to minimising disruption and communicating the infrastructure projects and plans to Central City businesses. So that's a recommendation to the new council, not something we are signing off today.
So the team can briefly speak to that that intention, and Emily may join for that particular angle. So I wonder, Chair, whether we start with the Central City, and then we'll do the Greenfield. So, and Emily may wish to join to talk to that communication aspect as well.
Thank you.
So Matt can just give a few brief introductions.
Matt and Emily. Thank you, Matt. Thanks, Emily.
Cool. Good morning, councillors, Madam Chair, Mayor Paula. So, kia ora, thank you for the opportunity to provide the update on the Central City Transformation Programme. Today's report, you'll be able to see we've made some visible progress in the public realm. We've delivered more homes and continue to enable our major IAF infrastructure projects. At the same time, we're preparing carefully for the scale of work ahead so that impacts are well managed and the long-term benefits are clear. So I'll take the report as read, and if anyone has any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Just wonder whether we just might quickly talk to the communications before we take questions.
Sure thing. So there is a comprehensive communications plan for the Central City Works that's split into two parts. The first being a more general information and engagement campaign that focuses on the breadth of work that's coming up and the reasons why, telling the big picture and telling the story of how the Central City will change over the coming years. The second part of that is when we get into project level communications, and it's split so that when we go into projects we can focus instead on the impacts and how the work will actually affect the people who live, work and use the central city. And so we've developed the development response plan, which will guide both of those things. But yeah, the intention is to kind of split those in half. And the first part, the kind of citywide portion of the campaign, is due to kick off in late September at the first, at the Your Neighbourhood event, which will be kind of the first engagement activity, and we'll continue from there.
Thank you, Emily. Right, we've got a question from Councillor Jeff.
Thanks, Chair Sarah. Yeah, guys, in the formation of the response plan that you're doing, what discussions have been held with representatives of the central city in formulating this plan?
So we have had conversations with Vanessa from Hamilton Central Business Association, more getting feedback around her thoughts on works in the central city.
I would just add to that the development response plan, it's like the principles that were endorsed by elected members. The plan is quite high level. It's meant to guide the way that we run the projects, but it isn't into specifics of how the projects will operate. Obviously, engaging with businesses and stakeholders in the central city should be part of any communications and engagement for projects.
Okay. I think quite a while ago, probably a year ago now, in a meeting, I raised the suggestion that, given the scale of this work and the risks inherent in it, if things don't go well, that staff look at the idea of setting up a sort of subcommittee of business people working alongside staff, sort of almost like ambassadors who could be part of the whole project from woe to go. Has anything come out of that suggestion? Because at the time I made it, staff seemed to be receptive to it.
Do you mean at a project level or central city program?
In terms of the IAF work and preparing for it and developing a response plan.
Not that I'm aware of, but we can speak to the IAF comms team on that issue.
Okay, that's fine. Look, I'll.
I think, Councillor Jeff, I'd say that the resolution that's on the table, I think, is a really positive suggestion. And I think that the timing of that, I guess where we're at in terms of the project delivery phase, it's a good time to bring that to the new council, because I think that'll work in well with where the projects are now starting to get to. And bearing in mind there was a survey done earlier which informed the thinking, the communications thinking. So and I see that the team are nodding. So you know, there has been some early engagement to get the views of the Central City community and how we can then factor that into our response plan. So I think it's a case of the timing of accelerated advanced communications engagement that is now getting closer, and I think this resolution responds to that.
Right, thank you. I'll speak to it in debate.
All right, do I have any other questions? I've got Mayor Paula specifically on this topic. Mayor Paula.
Just to get clarity on what this is relating to, because we do have some already existing conduits of work going on in the central city. Yeah. Is this relating to the IAF communicating the big amount of work and disruption that might happen as a result of that, or is it in the broad?
Yeah. So there are a number, the IAF is the biggest and most disruptive project that is coming to the central city, so it's largely focused on that, but I don't think we can take that in isolation to some of the other smaller projects that are planned too. So, you know, renewing footpaths, for example, that is another thing that may cause disruptions.
I think we've got a number of projects, Mayor Paula and Matt monitored those: Templeton, footpaths, street furniture, range of renewals projects as well as the IEF.
Right.
So that's
So
across
what's not clear to me, can you explain that, is the establishment of a central city transformation. You could speak to 10 businesses in the CBD and get a different transformational view at the moment, but are you talking about the purpose of this is to work around the projects that we already have in place?
Yes. So it says with the purpose of providing advice and support regarding communication and minimisation of disruption. So it's a very clear purpose, which is...
Well, to me it's not, because that could expand to, say, a complete review of Garden Place or anything else, because it doesn't, the wording to me isn't clearly attached to the program we already have.
So regarding communication and minimisation of disruption for central city businesses and organisations related to existing scheduled projects, would that help?
I can't word it, but do you see the intent I make? Otherwise you could get people coming in with all sorts of new ideas as well, and that could be huge.
So I'm happy for us. So the intention is basically managing existing programs, particularly the IEF, but anything that could cause disruption over the next few years.
So maybe we need to have something on the purpose of providing advice and support regarding planned and communication regarding planned
projects. I'm happy to include that for clarity.
As opposed to new work that might come in.
Councillor Jeff, are you comfortable with that?
I sort of primarily saw this as an IAF response.
Thank you. It's just when I read it, I had to read it a few times and think, well, are you asking people for an all-in approach? Or are you using it to make sure people aren't left behind and understanding what's going on? And can work with us on what's going on?
Yes, it's the ultimate purpose here is trying to ensure that we deliver these projects with the least impact on our central city businesses and organisations as possible. So these are the existing,
I think, Councillor Jeff, I mean, the IEF is the biggest part, but there are a number of other parts that we want to make sure integrate well.
So not asking for fancy new ideas or anything.
I wonder if it has to relate to council-approved projects as opposed to... what I'm trying to see is not giving people the wrong impression that they can reinvent the CBD from scratch type thing. I'm not trying to be tricky. I'm trying to,
Okay. All right. Is everyone comfortable, or do we? I see we've got a question from Councillor Emma.
Right. I'm getting a bit of feedback. So for the Central City IAF work comms, you've mentioned about minimisation, which I definitely support, but I also anticipate like a large amount of the disruption will be unavoidable. Can we make sure in our comms that we're proactive and be upfront with people that there will be some disruption and noise that comes with this, basically to expect it and is that kind of some of our thoughts around our comms, that we're not just trying to avoid it, but we're also trying to admit that there will be disruption.
Yes. So the kind of big picture comms campaign is designed to showcase the extent and the breadth of works that are needed to prepare for growth and upgrade the central city. But also when we go into project level communications, we will be very clear about what the expected impacts are, and there will be a big focus on relationship management and working with local businesses, but also residents, commuters, and visitors on minimising those impacts where we can. But just also to be clear that comms can't save the day. When disruption is imminent, there will be, as you say, some avoidable impacts.
Okay. And so we'll be working with like noise control teams and that kind of thing, trying to, on how we can mitigate some of these concerns, or how we can equip them with good processes when it comes to this kind of noise feedback, so we're getting consistency in the approach and outcomes with them.
Admittedly, that's way outside my wheelhouse, but I do recall from a previous project that the project management team have noise mitigations and measures in place, like listening measures to hear the noise and manage it that way. There's a decibel level that's acceptable. But yes, there will be consideration of all of those impacts.
I think the key, Councillor, the team have heard many times your thoughts on this topic. How do we manage and minimise the disruption? But equally, there is going to be disruption. How can we do so in a manner that takes into account the learnings and lessons from the likes of Auckland and other central cities? And how can we be honest with our public as to what's going to happen early, regularly communicate, but also be innovative in our delivery? So JB, who's leading the project delivery, is here. He's spoken about that many times. I know Matt is thinking about that with Vanessa. There will be disruption. It's just how we are honest about that and how we do it in the least impactful way.
And just lastly, sorry, Chair, the group that will be working with elected members on this going forward and with the businesses, I know previously elected members have talked about maybe having markets and other kind of innovative ways that might help support local business. That kind of feedback can come through the group, or just in the motion that's suggested.
Councillor Emma, the intention is, as mentioned, it's focused on reducing disruption and trying to get the best outcome throughout these disruptive projects. Our intention was to welcome innovative ideas in relation to that from the parties that end up being part of this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't have any other questions at the moment.
Shall we invite Sonia to come, and thank you, team. Sonia, just to briefly introduce the Greenfield report. And this is in reference to attachment 1 to the agenda, the Greenfield's benefits report, Greenfield's growth benefits report.
Thank you, Blair. Thanks, Sonia. Welcome.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. So I'm pleased to share our first Greenfield Growth Benefits report. It's a snapshot of what's happening across our Greenfield areas and highlights where we're making progress, what's in the pipeline, and how we're tracking against our growth plans. The report focuses on our priority Greenfield areas, which of course are Rototuna, Ruakura, Peacock and Rotokauri Northwest. It excludes emerging areas outside of the city boundary and also Temple View. As Blair has mentioned, the report is attachment 1 on page 70 of the agenda, and key points are outlined in the executive summary on page 72. Going forward, you'll be receiving this report on an annual basis, and for the purpose of today, I'll take the report as read and open up for any questions or feedback you may have. I'm also joined by a number of key experts who will be able to help answer any of the detailed questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonia. Do we have questions on the report? Not at this stage? No? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, and I appreciate it. All right. Thanks, Sonia.
I think we shouldn't lose the option just to acknowledge that we do have a good supply and choice of Greenfield land, and through our work, and so the report, I guess, brings that to our attention. So, again, compared to some other councils, we are well served in terms of Greenfield offerings.
And there are some really good pictures in there of things like the Peacock Bridge and all the paths and shared paths and everything that's gone into that, which, it's amazing. All right.
Okay. I might invite Mark, are you going to quickly talk to the industrial land study?
Hi everyone again. I'll quickly touch on it, but we've got Andy Zhao and Yong in the audience as well who might want to chip in. But I guess the key point here is that, Madam Chair, you raised in your Chair's report, I think on the 8th of April, if I'm not mistaken, again, that this looming issue in terms of a shortage of industrial land supply. We committed some meetings ago now to go away and do some further work, and that we have. And so the section in this report is reporting back on the findings. I suppose what the key numbers for me is really interesting. So we have an HBA, as Councillor Bitter was sort of touching on earlier, and that suggested we need about 450 hectares of industrial land over the next 30 years, right? We've had this latest report undertaken, and it suggests that we might need as little as 37% more than that, up to 2.2 times. So regardless of which scenario you look at, significantly more industrial land supply than what we had previously anticipated. Now, the report basically establishes three key drivers for that. The first is the spillover effects out of Auckland because of the constrained industrial land market up there. Now, that won't last forever because at some point in time they will seek to address that issue. Second is the shock effect of the Ruakura inland port and the huge catalyst that is for economic development in the sub-region. And the third is then the fact that we're blessed by quite incredible infrastructure. I know we often talk about the fact that we don't have any infrastructure, but actually we've got a pretty nice expressway running right past the city with a bunch of interchanges that are generally very attractive to industrial businesses, particularly logistics, to attract. So those are the three drivers at play, which suggest that we do need more industrial land supply than what we've previously anticipated. So I'll leave it there and take any questions.
Cool. Thank you. I'll jump in while I'm sure others will be thinking of their questions. It talks about induced demand, Mark,
yep.
So going beyond just what the demand that would expect from population growth, but that fast track is creating additional demand for industrial land. Also talks about underrepresented subsectors and industrial subsectors. Can you speak a little bit more to both of those and what that might mean in terms of economic growth for the city if we enable more industrial land?
Yeah, so our projections to date have generally been on a multiplier factor or a ratio peak to population growth, right? Which effectively just sees this kind of rather linear growth in business. What we're going to see by opening up more land, by the advent of the inland port from TGH, the infrastructure investment and things like that, as well as the spillover effects, is that there may well be a whole lot of industry sectors that the city hasn't really accommodated previously, but we could into the future, and that would provide new job opportunities, new sectors in the local economy, which would help diversify the economy, but in turn it would actually help in itself attract new businesses to the sub-region. So that's really attractive. And so what we need to do is we need to think about when we are zoning, and this comes to your point earlier, when we're zoning that land and when we're thinking about and working with developers as to, well, what are the best uses for a motorway interchange for sake of argument, well, do we need to maybe safeguard that land for some specific industry sectors with a view to actually attracting them into the sub-region? So that's how that kind of thought logic follows.
And right now we have a real challenge in terms of wet industry. I've heard the suggestion that some wet industry doesn't necessarily need potable water and could be located near a wastewater treatment plant to use treated water. Is that something that we've turned our minds to at all?
I think a lot's made of wet industry and it keeps being talked about, but we've done some previous studies that show that the demand over 30 years for additional wet industry might only be 15 hectares. So I think actually in the grand scheme of what the opportunity is for attracting new sectors, wet industry is a relatively small component of that.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you. All right, I don't seem to have other questions at the moment.
the only other just comment, Mark, it might just be worth making the fast track process, and I guess taking a slightly wider metro view, the industrial land supply airport, Horatu, fast track, Hautapu, I guess is part of the wider story here as well, isn't it?
Yep, it is, absolutely. And I think, those distribution effects across the city in terms of, where do you want employment, where do you want housing and things like that. And so that speaks to some of the deep collaboration we've had with a number of the fast track developers for over the last 3 years or so, where some of them, you'll recall, actually came in before fast track was even a thing, wanting to do residential development. And we talked to them and we identified and showed them what the opportunity for industrial development was. And they've actually flipped their entire schemes from being residential to industrial. And we're now working with them to talk about, well, what types of industrial activities could we accommodate there, which is informed by some of this work that we've done.
One last question, and it may become maybe completely overridden by government changes anyway, is in regard to industrial zoning and concerns raised with us, on different occasions, that the zoning provisions need updating, that they can be prohibitive to, say, businesses that need some office space conjoined with their industrial activities. Can you talk a little bit more about, from your view, before we lose you, Mark, what are the key things that we'd need to think about in terms of industrial zoning, if any?
So the city's had one industrial zone for a long period of time, and that industrial zone's got some very permissive rules associated with it, which means you can do a whole lot of different activities, and it makes it very hard for Grant and the team to actually regulate and make sure only strictly industrial activities occur in the industrial zone. That's a legacy issue of a subdued economic market, in my view. So because you're trying to attract business in, so you make a permissive rule environment for them. Now we're seeing a whole lot of demand and a shortage of supply, which means we need to move to a more sophisticated policy framework to manage those effects, because you're getting a whole lot of secondary industry forced out of the Hamilton market in favour of sort of retail premises and things like that. So you can do one of two things. One is you can ratchet up your rules and your controls to try and stop that happening, and or you can enable more land supply to the market to allow an area or home for those businesses, so the city doesn't lose those jobs, because those are important jobs. They're manufacturing jobs, they're light industry that the city should fight hard to protect.
Thank you. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. All right. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much, Mark, for that update on that report.
Thanks, Mark. I'll just acknowledge Andy and Jung for the work that they've done as well on that report, so thanks.
Thank you very much.
The final part is just Phil is briefly just going to speak to MSP Transport, and there was a request from the June meeting for Phil just to give some commentary on the impact of Fast Track on the MSP program. So Phil, just briefly, if I can.
Good morning. Yeah, the risk I think that was talked about at the last meeting was really, if you look at it at a business case level, the program work we did about 4 years ago now was based on a land use scenario. The land use at the time, because HUGS was ongoing, so we just based it on HUGS, which had more of an intensive, or had a very more brownfield focus at the time. So really the risk was just to highlight that if you have a more dispersed land use pattern from a public transport perspective, from a emissions perspective, access to transport, equity perspective, all the performance objectives we had in the Metro Spatial Plan, you're just diluting those benefits a little bit. So your 50-year program might become a 60-year program. Obviously, we can make that time up with decisions further on down the line, but that was essentially the bulk of the risk, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah.
Thank you, Phil. Okay, are there any questions for Phil at the moment? No. All right, not at the moment. Thank you very much for that, Phil. Okay, we have, Corey is potentially going to be able to be online to answer questions very soon. So what we'll do is we'll move to debate on this, and then hopefully have Corey online to answer questions about the building around building consents. Cool. Right. Who would like to move? We'll go Councillor Anna. Would you like to move? Councillor Maxine second. Excellent. Right. Is there any debate? Yes, Councillor Jeff.
Central City stuff, partner. I just want to talk briefly to the IAF stuff and the motion that we've got up there, which is really, I think, about trying to share responsibility and ideas and getting ahead of something that has potential risk. We're talking about $150 million worth of work in the Central City. I'm not just talking about a communications plan, I'm talking about something more fundamental. So a year ago, I'm sure it was that long, I sort of suggested, look, maybe we should actually recruit a few sort of ambassadors in the Central City who can work with us from the outset, so it's not a case, it doesn't become a case of council coming up with all the ideas, getting feedback. It doesn't become a case of council is doing this to us. It becomes a case of working together from the outset. And to be honest, I kind of feel that staff nodded and smiled and then just went off and did their own thing. And so I haven't seen that. And I don't think we're going to get that approach unless we explicitly set up something like this. Because the key is that council doesn't have a mortgage on good ideas. There's a difference between council coming up with a plan and getting feedback on that plan and a plan being formulated jointly by council and other people right from the outset. And I think we don't do that enough. That's where I'm trying to get to here. And I mean, there are other ideas. I mean, how are we confident we have the best technology? I've heard recently that in Warkworth, the council got involved with a big corporate to ensure they had the best technology for underground drilling, and streets were only closed for a matter of days instead of weeks. Are we front-footing all this stuff, or are we just coming up with the ideas and throwing them out there? So that's what I want out of this. And I think having elected members on a committee and business people means that we all own the work program and we all share responsibility from the outset.
Thank you. Councillor Louise.
Thank you. The scale of the IAF disruption has been a pretty serious concern of mine, and I've probably annoyed many staff with those concerns. So I was really glad to see both the information in the staff report and also this motion from yourself. Sometimes we do a really great job, and I don't want my comments to undermine the fact that we do a great job sometimes, but some other times we have a long way to go, and this will be a massive piece of work. I'm not sure that anyone in the community has an idea of the scale of what this will be. And it will have serious effects that we have to really get right in terms of how we manage. And other people have spoken really well about there'll be some impacts we can't mitigate, and there will be disruption, and it will be inconvenient, and it'll suck. But I think it's really on us, and the responsibility does lie with us to make sure the community is well informed about why we're doing this, why this disruption is necessary, as well as making sure that the people who are most affected are supported and have options, so they aren't just bearing the brunt of it. And I think Councillor Jeff spoke really well about there are probably lots of things we could work in collaboration with the community on it. So I just wanted to acknowledge staff. Thank you for putting up with my concerns, and also to the chair for putting this motion forward to make sure that the next council is at least considering how this can be a success story, because unless we make sure that it is, otherwise it's a bit of a, bit of a time. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Right. Mayor Paula, and then Deputy Mayor Angela.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the good report in totality. I'm clearer on the recommendation, having asked those questions. The CBD, of course, is work in progress, and I think we'd all agree that we're not there yet in terms of our ultimate destination. And actually, the IAF adds burden to that progress you know, you've got to crack some eggs to make an omelette, and we're going to crack quite a few to get the IAF underway. So I don't envy managing that disruption. So anything that enables the business community and the wider community to understand what's going on, what the price of progress will be and what it will mean for them, I support entirely. In terms of the biggest picture, the council's got some work to do yet to reconfirm where it wants to go with the look and feel of the central city. And Jeff's right in saying that, you know, we don't hold all the good ideas, of course, but we've been here before. We have had public consultation on many of the spaces in the CBD time and time again without being able to finally land a way forward. So that's not going to be an easy piece of work. I just think when you put up recommendations for committees like this, how long is a piece of string, because you need to get fair representation across the types of business from big to small. Sometimes the most vocal have a point of view, but we're not hearing from everyone else in the CBD, the more quiet people who are struggling away with their businesses or have maybe another good idea. So in terms of casting this net to get views, let's cast it widely. Let's make sure that it's fully representative. Let's make sure that we keep the rest of council on board with the progress. Thank you very much to the team for the work. The work they've done. And I've run out of time completely to talk about industrial development, but never mind.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Deputy Mayor Angela.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just want to support Councillor Taylor and Councillor Hutt's comments on this. I liked that quote, Councillor Taylor does, a council doesn't have a mortgage on good ideas. Well done. That should be the front page of the paper. Look, for me, this is, I support the motion. I think it probably could have been a little bit stronger, but I know we can't commit future councils to anything really. But this is not about design. Whatever this group or subcommittee or whatever it ends up is not about design, it's about implementation. This is going to be massive disruption for the central city businesses. So they must have whatever the governance model looks like. There needs to be a robust council representation, contractor liaison, business liaison. It absolutely needs to have budget resource, things like proper signage, comms kits, possibly a budget for small grants to smooth relations and reduce frictions. If we didn't learn anything from innovating streets, then we will set ourselves to fail here. It has to be resourced financially as well as the people around the table, because this is significant impact for the central city. And it is our job, and it's also being the new council's decision on the length of engagement and the resources we put in to minimise disruption as much as possible. Thank you.
We have Corey waiting online now, so I'm going to speak, but only very briefly, to say thank you to staff firstly for the work on the industrial demand. It's critical that we ensure a good supply of industrial land to support a diverse and resilient local economy. We want good manufacturing jobs here in Hamilton. We want stuff made here in Hamilton. It's important that we do have a whole range of strong sectors within our economy, so that when times are tough, we've got lots of different things to prop us up. And we're seeing that actually there's a lot of opportunity not only to keep up with population growth, but to attract business here with the inland port, and with the pressure coming in from high industrial lands in Auckland, for example, causing a spillover effect. In terms of the central city, we need to be 100% on top of this as a council. That's why we've suggested at least one elected member representative to be able to be hands-on into the detail and reporting back to council in terms of what else we might need to do as a council to ensure that these projects go really smoothly and minimise disruption for local businesses. There's big projects coming and we've got to get this right. Cool. Thank you. All right. let's go to the vote. All those in favour?
Carried unanimously.
Okay, excellent. All right, we're now going to the Chair's report item. For the purpose, at this stage, we're only going to ask questions while Corey's available. We are then going to go to morning tea and have a prolonged morning tea to work through a way forward in terms of... No, I haven't. Sorry.
So Corey may not have all the background for the conversation this morning.
So Corey, welcome online. So...
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. So Corey, just I'll do my best to kind of summarise some of the issues raised. Yeah. So some of the issues, one of the issues raised was the existing consenting process being, generally speaking, it takes a lot longer than the 20 working days. It's because of the request for information. There's concern that the requests for information often don't come through until at least day 15 or later in the process, and also a concern that even though building consent numbers have gone down, this process hasn't become any faster. And I know you've talked me through that, but it'll be helpful to speak to that as well. And there was a concern as well that there isn't the incentive for council as a regulatory body to move faster on consents. Is there anything that I...
No, those are probably...
Yeah.
Grayson mentioned that the government's changes around solar panels and 10-day consents are coming, and so that potentially we may be put in place rules when actually the government's already changing the rules around us.
And ultimately, Corey, so we've got some suggestions for additions or changes to the motion where elected members are looking for ways to improve our current process without adding cost, but also looking to ensure that after a request for information is made, that a decision is advised within 5 working days of that further information being provided, and also requesting a report on how many applications are being are taking more than 2 months to resolve and how these problems may be overcome. So we've got a few things in there. I hope you had a pen handy. I
didn't, but I'll try and work through the process.
So let's start with
tell me if I miss anything.
Okay, yeah, if you can start with commenting on the those concerns raised this morning, that would be helpful. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I did text you. I have an appointment between 11 and 10 to 12,
Right.
11:30 and 10 to 12.
Yeah.
I have a few questions that I would like to ask.
Yes, and
Can I just ask them and then
all right.
come back to it after morning tea?
I will remind you of those questions, Corey, once. I will allow, so
Okay.
I did say
Thank
to Mayor
you.
Paula she would have a chance to ask some questions.
I appreciate,
So,
I appreciate your flexibility.
And okay, thank you, Mayor Paula.
Couldn't change my appointment. Thank you. Just in terms of the comment that by allowing a faster process for some that may be willing to meet some of the cost of that, the comment that it doesn't have any impact on the rest, I just want to test that with you from a staff perspective. So you've got a whole bunch of people in the queue in the inbox, if you like, just about to emerge into the process, information request. Some people say, well, I'd like to go faster, I'm happy to pay for a faster service. Have we got the capacity and resource in the organisation to do that, or would we require some more?
At this point, bearing in mind that this is a proposal, I guess, to go away and look at how we might be able to achieve this, in answer to your question, Mayor Paula, we don't currently have the capacity, and that may be the intent in the increase in cost, is that we need to engage additional resourcing to invest into a fast-track process, in which case we could then allocate those people to be picking up those consents within a certain time frame.
Okay, can you explain to me why, is it a resourcing issue at present, why it takes the full scope of the time that we have? Is that in resourcing?
Sure. Yeah, so I guess how we've structured the business, and this has been in place for quite some time, but it was reinforced and reviewed through the Future Fit process. So we've worked backwards effectively from what is our statutory requirements, what resourcing do we need to meet that statutory requirement. Having said that, we've also had to try and factor in what is our forecasting for consents. Bearing in mind we don't and can't control the workflow that comes in, and we don't control the complexity of work that comes in. So we could get a number of residential houses that come through, which are a lot simpler and a lot quicker, or we could have an influx of commercial consents. They take longer and they require our more expertise within our staffing. They can be more complex.
Yeah.
They can have more critical RFIs and involve other consultancies as well. We've also got to consider throughout our process the investment from other departments. When a building consent comes in right on day one, we will allocate that out to other departments who need to assess from development contributions, engineering, planning, and so on and so on. So we need to come together as an organisation to try and deliver on the time frame.
So the process would be useful from that point of view of looking at the whole system, do you think, or...?
It definitely is a system approach. Having said that, we invest in a system approach from a council perspective to try and support the developers. The Building Act is developed in such a way that you can be a private BCA, you can be a private building consent authority, and that means that our processes can be limited to a building consent. Having said that, our feedback from our development community is there's not much point in getting a building consent if it requires a resource consent alongside it, or I don't have connections, or I can't actually build it because you're giving me a consent that has a restraint on it. So what we try and do is give a one-stop shop service. We will engage with the developers if we find that it's going to have a hold on it and say, would you like us to hold it? Would you like us to issue it? Because you might need to amend your building consent because of the changes that you need to make anyway.
Okay, so that leads into...
It's a collective approach.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you. It just leads into my last question, which we've talked about in the past about front-ending the needs of a builder or development group, so that they know in advance what's coming to them, so what is required of them, because some of the hold-ups are accidental, aren't they? You get in the system and then some stage you say, oh, you need an ecologist or something, and it puts it back. Is there any thought about front-ending that or doing more in that educational arena for people, what is required in the process?
Yeah, we have, and we've done some trials in that space before. So we have had some key account management, which to a degree has been quite successful. We do offer pre-application meetings where people can come in with their applications and their proposals and say, what will I require? But we also have passive means where we've got information on our website where they can download their own self-assessment checklists. The building code's quite prescriptive. If they're following the code, that gives them a pretty good guide. Having said that, that's not to say that sometimes we don't get it wrong either. So we need to accept that it's a collaborative process. We need to work together, but there is definitely value in front loading and having more key account management.
And I know that Grant's team have done lots of work on that for me. You've done work on that for me with some of the big developments. Can I ask him for a comment, please, before I go?
I want to get into resource consent issues. There's another thing around resource consenting later, and I'm just
Corey's
wary of...
comment about it being a systems approach.
Yeah.
That's why. But it's your
yeah,
decision.
thank you. No, because we're just really tight on time with having Corey here available for everyone to ask questions. So apologies for that. Thank you very much for your good questions. Okay. Right, so just Grayson's comments were RFIs are usually really late in the process and nothing ever takes only 20 working days. Speeds haven't improved since building consent volumes went down. And there's a lack of incentive for us to, as a regulatory body, to move more quickly. And he raised his a concern that we don't move faster in order to ensure that we don't look like we've got too much resourcing available as a team, and then that's cut. So can you help with, that was what I heard. Yep, okay, can you help with those three to start with, Corey?
I'll do my best to cover them off. So just in brief to start with, so as I say, building consent process, we have 20 working days in order to process that building consent. So we count the days from when the building consent is lodged and the clock is stopped when we require further information. We don't control or can't control workflow, so we can't control what comes in. We can't say we'll take 10 a day, and we can't say what type of consents. We can have a developer coming in 64 consents, and we have to accept them if they're compliant. Once they come into the system, we vet them, we put them in, and as I said before, we send them out to all the other departments to do their contribution. We make all efforts that we can at that point to gather all information from across the organisation, rather than each department going out to that applicant and saying, I need this. Planning goes out and says, can you please provide this? Transportation goes out saying, can you please provide this? So we do our best to try and collate all of that and send that all out of the package, because that will no doubtedly require an amendment to the consent. It's fair to say that we have designed our process, so we know that we've got 20 working days in order to process a consent. We need so many staff to be able to process the number of forecasted consents, and therefore that's how we get our budget to revenue to resourcing ratio. That does mean that we are often allocating consents between sort of 10 and 15 days at the moment, and that varies depending on workload. If we get an influx in consents, it might mean that we're allocating a little bit later in the process, or even if we get less consents, we'll be allocating earlier. When we go out for RFI, that's once the assessor has processed it. Hopefully we've got all the information from the other departments, and we go out and we ask the questions for people to come back to us. We do our best as soon as that further information comes back in to go back to that consent, bearing in mind that we're probably halfway through looking at another consent. So depending on where the person's at with their work, it does go back to the person who assessed it to try and get the quickest and most efficient response to the customer. The clock starts as soon as that information comes in, so the time is ticking for us. It's back on our 20-day time clock, and that's how we establish our compliance rate. On a quarterly basis, we now report to the ministry, and that's published on their website on our consent processing timeframes. I think we're currently sitting at about 99.4% compliance rate with the 20 working days. Our average processing timeframe is about 14-15 days, depending on work volume. And in the last year, I think we've done about 1,700 consents. That is down on previous years, as will be no surprise to anybody, but as is our resourcing. So we are outsized as per future fit and as per our budgetary constraints, which is determined by our revenue. That's how we flow the business. Ideally, as it sounds like Grayson has said, we would be picking up consents earlier, but that does lead to a challenge around forecasting workflow, forecasting our revenue, and being able to maintain that staffing level. I think that covers off most of your questions, Councillor.
Yeah, so there was a concern around the lack of incentive raised, but I'm just weary of dwelling too much on this because we've got other questions. So I'm going to go to other elected members. Councillor Tim first.
Madam Chair, Corey, good morning. The Chair alluded to Grayson's comments earlier on this particular, the first of my questions, but I'm not sure that we have heard it directly addressed yet, and I'll quote from the comments of Matt Stark yesterday in the Waikato Times that I'm sure you've seen. At its height, we were getting 1,500 new houses each year in Hamilton. The number of those consents has really dropped away, but we are still getting the same turnaround in terms of the time it takes. Is that correct? And if so, what comment can you make on why it would appear to be less efficient?
I can't specifically say that it's correct, but I anticipate that it probably is, and it will be based on the fact that, like any other business, we adapt our resourcing based on our workflow and based on our income. So we, by large, user pays as a business. People lodge their building consents, we assess the resourcing required, and that's how we establish our time frame. So our delivery is probably very similar to what it was in the peak. Having said that, it's also important to note and premise that with the fact that complexity is getting a lot greater. We don't have as much greenfield, we've got just as much infill. With government legislation and change is bringing in more complexity and opportunity and options to the development community, most recently around international products. And so that does add an element of challenge and time and complexity, which does have an impact, obviously, on our process.
Thank you. And actually those comments about increased complexity lead quite nicely into my second question, which is how far down the track, if you pardon the pun, are we with the greater utilisation of AI and robotic automation processing? Can you give us a bit of an idea as to whether we can expect speedier and more efficient processing as we implement more and more of that technology?
Honestly, we're still understanding the opportunities around it. My view and my initial understanding from engaging with central government and other industry partners is that there's great opportunity, particularly in the building consenting space. By large, our consent documents come in that are drawn in a digital system that have a whole heap of data and analytics around in the background, whether it be measurements and heights and offsets. Should we embark and invest in developing some AI solutions, I believe that there could be some great gains in that space. Even if it's not to do the full processing, if we were able to invest and enable our customers to go through a process at the front end, that would give them more certainty around the process, which would speed up our time frame. So we're early in the journey, but I think that there's great opportunities should council want to invest in it.
Thanks, Corey. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Question from Councillor Andrew.
Morning, Corey. A couple of questions. The first is, would it assist your resourcing if the applicants had to give a notice of intent to fast track, say, about a week before they lodged the consent?
Absolutely. Any early insights that we can have, and that's why we encourage early pre-application meetings with our team so that we can understand what's coming in the pipeline. So absolutely, we can move work around. We can look at consultancies if we need to. We can look at other councils and collaborate more if we could understand workflow and work volume.
Yep. And next question. It's often a couple of days from when the building inspector signs off the consent to it actually getting issued as it goes through admin processes. Saving time there would be just as helpful as saving time in the consent. Do you see opportunities for that?
I think you raise a great point, Councillor. I think that is, well, the building consent process by large is, or the consenting process by large is a challenging time frame for any developer, but certainly when you have knowledge that your building consent has been granted but not issued, so therefore it's been approved but they don't have a copy of it or be able to book inspections, I'm sure that if we could find some efficiencies in that space, that would be helpful as well.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to, unless there are any further questions, at this stage we're going to take a break and work on a motion. Thank you very much, Corey, for taking the time to be here to answer questions. It's been really helpful.
Pleasure.
Okay.
And just before Corey goes, Chair, the intent of the motion is basically to come back with some information, isn't it? So that Corey, it's you'll do some work and come back to a future meeting.
Yes, that's correct. So as I understand the motion, it's around us going away and exploring the opportunities, and Councillor Andrew has raised one around how can we provide a better level of service, a quicker level of service, premised on the basis that we are struggle to understand what work volumes and workflows are, but what could we put it that could enable that?
Cool. Thank you very much, Corey. All right, we appreciate you coming in. Cheers.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a break, and let's break for, I'm just having a look at the time, I think we break for 25 minutes try and be realistic. We may get through it faster, but then in that case everyone gets a nice decent break, and we'll see you again at 11:55. people still coming to their seats. We need Maxine with her water jar. Oh, nice. Okay. All right. So we've hopefully circulated a new chair's new motion. Actually, it hasn't been seconded, has it?
The one from 11:48? Yes.
No, there has not been a new one since. So your email from 11:48 a.m. has the updated wording. So if we take a moment to bring that up on screen. Okay. All right. So we've made some adjustments. Essentially, we've removed the first paragraph, and then paragraph B makes it clear that we're investigating options, including a fast track option and improvements to the standard processing times. So, and we've agreed that we're happy with this. So basically asking staff to look at what we can do to both improve our standard processing times along with what a fast track option might look like, and notes that there would be user pays. There's nothing in there that says it would necessarily cost more, but that it would be user pays. So, yeah.
I'm happy to see it.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Are there any questions on Mayor Paula? I just spoke through the amended, or the redrafted motion, which essentially at the heart of it just says that we want staff to look at options for both a fast track and for improving standard processing times. So, yeah. And we've tried to leave it open because we don't want to design what this will look like. That's for Corey and his team to do ultimately. But I will welcome any questions now if anyone wants to ask anything else on this matter, or if Helen, you needed to say anything else as GM.
No, but just looking at our response times, you know, last year, as Corey said, we're averaging 14 to 15 days, and we're currently over the last 4 or 5 months averaging, because we have had drops in volume, so we're averaging 12 to 13. So as, you know, as volume, it does influence the amount of time, but they are under the 20 days. Like you said, over 99% of our applications are being processed under 20 days and actually under 15 days.
Okay, thank you. And maybe that could be helpful information to circulate to elected members as well, possibly through the exec update or wherever is most appropriate. Okay. Right, Mayor Paula.
Sorry. Can you just identify where the
changes
still
are?
The funding is coming from? Sorry.
So if you look at C, one, Roman numerals 1, exploring a user pays model to ensure the service is financially sustainable and fair. So is that what you're...
No, but the work to do the investigation in the first place.
We're always investigating how to do improvements. So
there's budget, sufficient budget to do this extra work.
If we hit points where we think we need, you know, something that we want to investigate at a deeper level that's going to cost money, we'll come back and let you know. But at this stage, we're comfortable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Tim, and firstly also thank you very much, Councillor Tim, for your suggestions for this and for working together on this motion. Yeah, appreciate that. And actually, maybe we should have had Councillor Tim second. Apologies.
No, I'm happy with that. And Madam Chair, could I...
You're now the seconder.
I had a lapse in manners there for a moment.
Okay, well, look...
Are you happy with that, Councillor Tim?
Yeah, I'm happy to do it now, and I want to thank you for your willingness to work on it, because as I indicated before, I'm keen to support this in principle. I just was worried about some unintended consequences from the initial motion. My question is just looking at that, and I don't necessarily want to change any of the wording of the motion, but can we be assured that within the revised motion that there will be particular focus on the need to improve significantly upon the timeframes for developing, for responding to RFIs when that information is provided? Because what we're hearing is that you go right out to nearly the 20 days, then you're right back at the bottom again. And so do you think that the wording does indicate, and I realise at this stage we're just asking staff to do work, so I'm not wanting to
I'll
change.
just ask Helen to...
That's not what Corey said. What Corey said is once the RFI comes back in, we quickly take it back to the assessor. So we do try to prioritise the application once it comes back in after a request for information.
Look,
I mean, we will include it all.
I appreciate that that's not what Corey said, but it is what some of the developers are saying. So I just want to be sure that the motion will address that deal. Apart from that, I'm very comfortable with it. Thank you.
It's the improvements part will, yeah.
Excellent. All right. I think we're through our questions. Excellent. Right. We will go to debate. Oh, no.
Some other matters in there. Was there
yes, I didn't
anything that you wanted to? Yeah.
Funnily enough, so I'm taking the report as read. I don't think there's anything else to really highlight in there unless anyone had broader questions. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Maxine. Did you have some?
I just had a question with regard to the Ministry of Education engagement that you had with them earlier.
Yes.
I know that we've got the arrangement with the Peak and there is the conversation about the Mongo Kutukutuku School and the development that might be happening there. Was there any wider discussion about other sites, other school sites around the Motu that could be opened up for community use?
No, we didn't have that discussion. No, so the only discussion we had around community facilities was Manga ko Tukutuku College and the shared recreation facility opportunity, where they said they're very keen to pick that conversation up again. As a council, we would need to we took that funding for that project out of the long-term plan, so we would need to bring that back in if we were to be of the mind to collaborate with them. We didn't talk about the use of other school facilities or anything, but that's one of the reasons why I've recommended there is a little bit more frequent engagement to talk about what opportunities there are to work together. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Jeff, did you have a question? No. No, okay. All right, I will take all of the rest as read. Real good. Excellent. Okay, we're going to go into debate. Thank you, everyone, for all of the discussion and working together on this motion. I'm really happy with the end result. Building consents, they are not as complex and they don't take as long as resource consents, but every week matters in a building project. It costs a lot of money to, when you have delays, you're paying interest on a large amount of debt, and so the more we can do to shorten that time frame, the more we can actually promote affordability, even if it costs a little bit more to actually get that service to start with. Ultimately, in the motion, we've also got in there looking at opportunities for automating processes. That's really important. If we don't move on this, other people will before us. We should lead in this space as a fast-growing city. There's been conversations on this with other councils, but ultimately we need some leadership, need to show some leadership and start really getting real progress on improving real efficiencies. There's a big opportunity there when it comes to automating some of these processes for building consents that we definitely want to pursue. But I am grateful for the support for this and look forward to hearing the debate. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and can I thank you and the staff for the work that you've done in the last little while to accommodate the concerns that I raised earlier today, because as I indicated, I am very keen to support the building consents motion. I was just concerned that I felt there could be some unintended consequences from it, the way that it was worded. And in part, if we cast our minds back to the presentation from Grayson Bell during the open forum this morning, he did say that this was a band-aid on a broader problem within HCC, that RFIs are constantly causing delays of significant periods. And so what I'm trying to do is to ensure we don't unintentionally penalise those who don't want to go down the fast-track process if we implement what is essentially a two-tier system. Because they should be able to expect that they will receive efficient and timely service without having to pay more for it. And in particular, I am concerned to ensure that where RFIs come in requiring extra information, and let's bear in mind that Grayson did point out that quite often the information is in the application, it just has been missed. Well, AI and automation or robotic automation processing should be able to pick that up quite quickly. Nevertheless, we do need also to be aware of the fact that we've got people like Matt Stark really expressing concern about the fact that the number of applications has dropped significantly in recent years, but he feels there's no improvement in outcomes. So I'm hopeful that the reworded motion now will ensure that the work is done to accommodate the concerns that have been raised to lead to a more efficient system at no extra cost either to the applicants or to ratepayers who ultimately could end up bearing those costs. I hope that this will certainly overcome some of the problems that developers confronted us with so strongly at a meeting a few months ago. And as I say, I'm grateful for the work that has been done and for your leadership.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Right, Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Building consent staff are cogs on the machine from client dream to finished building. Architects, engineers, builders, tradies, suppliers from a score of companies all have to work together to grow Hamilton well. In the past, building consent staff have had more freedom to help in problem solving. Now it is more oppositional. This is not a criticism of our current staff, it is the regulatory and risk environment and an increasingly litigious society that they have to work in. I ask that councillors take the political risk out of it to give more freedom to staff, not just in fast tracking, but in decision making in-house and on-site to keep the cogs turning. Success is not just measuring consent deadlines, it is a healthy construction industry that employs 11% of Hamilton's workforce. Thank you to Sarah for initiating this particular motion. Let's get some momentum with some more improvements, and it is good to see staff interest in achieving this.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Thank you for giving this issue a little bit of impetus through this. I was concerned about where the costs lie for the work, because this work has been slowly being undertaken for the last 3 years as well. That we know there is always an opportunity to increase efficiency and effectiveness, and I do want to note that where the problem gets elevated to staff, I have found them to be superb at picking those issues up and supporting the developers. I support Tim's comment, however, that helping those who can afford to potentially fund a fast-track application, faster process application, as opposed to those who can't, perhaps shouldn't disadvantage the others in the queue. I'm really hot on, and I've talked about this many times with staff, making sure that builders understand from the very day one what they're likely to need in the terms of information, so that we cut down the number of pushing it back to them for more information, but they know straight up. And I absolutely 100% support digitisation. That does come at a cost, though. All of this comes at a cost, software, etc., to put in. And that has been part of the barrier to getting it done more quickly. So hopefully in the next term we get a bit of pace with digitisation and efficiency, and then we can look to working with other councils across boundaries in a collaboration, which will be even more cost effective than just doing it ourselves. And finally, because I don't want to run out of time, I do acknowledge that this is Sarah's last strategic growth and District Plan Committee for this term, and I want to thank you for your leadership in stepping over into this role, which you did, and you've really grown in your passion and knowledge about this arena, and so thank you very much for what you've done in these and how you run these meetings, and wish you the best going forward.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I was hoping to gloss avoid lovely speeches, but thank you very much for that. Okay, Councillor Maxine.
Thank you, and again to Mayor Paula's comments, thanks Chair for the work that you've done, especially leaning into feedback from that development community who have been asking us for solutions, not excuses. I think the fast track motion that you've put up really helps us to be able to, as I say, lean in and find some solutions for them around that. And, you know, without compromising our regulatory obligations as well. The motion doesn't lock us into a model today, but, you know, it's really simply asks our staff to investigate feasibility, funding options, you know, departmental alignment and the use of modern technology around AI, and it ensures that those proposals are financially sustainable. And it's also then that our ratepayers aren't being asked to fund all of it at once, and it's really responsive, I think, to the industry needs. On the other matter though, and the question that I asked with regard to school partnerships, we've seen the thinking out of the box that's got us around the peak and options for again, partnership with the Mangako Tukutuku College. And if we can work with the Ministry to open up more schools and facilities citywide, then that's another way for smarter growth and to make much better use of what we already have. I think ratepayers are getting a pretty raw deal here. They're effectively paying twice for similar facilities, once through the school's footprint and the other through our parks and playgrounds, while also the government pays no rates on the land that they hold in the city through those schools. So that's money out of Hamiltonians' pockets and a lost opportunity for much better community access. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Maxine. Councillor Jeff. Deputy Chair Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to make a flowery speech, but I am going to use the opportunity to acknowledge your work as Chair, and I think you and I are quite different people. Certainly our political stripes are slightly different. I'm probably more of a big picture character, whereas you are laser focused on detail, and you have a mind that is still working, I think, in the early hours when you should be sleeping. But I want to commend you for your listening and your good rapport with the development community, and the way that you've explored ways to enable developments and work your way through things like the wastewater constraints, things which is, you know, myriad complexity in these things. So well done.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ewan.
Thanks, Chair Sarah. Well, I intend to say some complimentary comments. Look, I have always enjoyed your intellect, and your work ethic is unquestionable. You're very, very focused, and you do get right into the detail, but we need that type of contribution, and so you've done a very good job. And when I think that you, for a couple of years, were basically the chair of a committee while actually being only paid as a deputy, you did your hard yards. So I think you've done a really good job. I really appreciate the resolution today about the fast track. I think it's really very simple. I think there is not a problem having a differential in price. If you're a developer and you are borrowing copious amounts of money, your holding costs are huge. And so there is a financial incentive for you to mitigate those holding costs. And if you want to pay a little bit more to speed up the process, you should be able to do that. And I think that differentiates from smaller developers as opposed to large developers. Having said that, clearly staff in the review will need to explain how we've had this slowing up, well, at least this impression that it's been slowing up. And I really encourage staff to reach out to the people who've reached out to us and actually have a face-to-face with them and actually come back to this council with their explanation onto those specifics that those developers have raised, because that will then help staff to understand we are simply reacting from what we're hearing, and they can then hopefully explain that in more depth. But well done, and thanks for your chairing.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, Mangai Jadine.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. Just wanted to say thank you for mentioning in your report about working constructively with Tainui Group Holdings to advance the Ruakura Super Hub. We heard earlier in the training from them directly that the development of Ruakura hasn't been an overnight success, and there's a level of enthusiasm now that they have a new joint venture with a global investment firm, which is going to accelerate economic development not only for Waikato Tainui, but because we're not going anywhere, for Kirikiri or Hamilton too. So I want to thank both Chair Sarah and Deputy Chair Jeff and others for continuing to build a relationship with Tainui Group Holdings, and ultimately, through a resolution of this committee, giving direction to Kaimahi to continue to work constructively with them. E mihi ana kia korua o tira kia koutou. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Anna and the work she has championed this triennium to keep affordable housing at the front of people's minds. I recognise that this is a complex space, but aha ko te aha. No matter what, she was tūturu or steadfast in flying the affordable housing flag. Nei rā te mihi ki a koe. And in terms of the resolution, we know that developers want faster and more predictable consenting to reduce holding costs. They want clear timeframes that are met, consistency in how rules are interpreted across the planning team, and fewer or no last-minute surprises requesting additional information. But I think we also need to balance, based on what Grayson had said today in public forum, about things that not only benefit to the developers but also to our community as well. But thank you, Chair Sarah, for all the work that you have done in this space. So kia ora.
Thank you, Mangai Jadine. Councillor Anna.
Thank you. So from talking over the break, you hear our staff are always looking to improve these processes and make them more streamlined and efficient, and do their very best within the resources that they have. So I just want to acknowledge the team and Corey for their hard work really in this area. And I also just want to thank, at the end of the motion, the little line about including and looking at CHIPS and charitable trusts. You know, when we think about the CHIPS that we have in our city, like and the charitable trusts, Bridge Housing Trust and Habitat for Humanity and the Runanga, these are organisations that work so incredibly hard to achieve affordability, and whatever we can do to offer some support to that, I think, is really critical. And so looking at how we work with them with building consents is also part of that. And I think, yes, ultimately, do we consider looking at fees and charges with regards to that for them? And that will come at a cost to ratepayers. But the cost of not being able to house our community adequately is a cost to all of us, and it impacts all of us. So it is always a juggle, it's always a balance, but I just think it's always worth exploring how we can enable those particular organisations to do the good work that they do. And thank you, Sarah, your leadership in this space is incredible, and yeah, I agree with what Councillor Jeff said. It's the early hours of the morning. It's amazing. It's like, wow, texts and all sorts of things. So she doesn't, I don't know if she actually does sleep, but thank you so much for all your hard work. And Mangai Jadine for your amazing contribution to this committee also, because you really do keep us sharp, I reckon. You ask really good questions, and you do a lot of good, make a great contribution. And Councillor Jeff also. Kia ora.
Very much. Right, we've got one last speaker, Councillor Emma.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it short. Thank you, Chair, and I also want to acknowledge your work in this committee. As others have highlighted, you've unwavering dedication to this role, and through this and your expertise and your eye for detail and many late nights, we've got some real wins from this. So thank you very much for your commitment to this, and also thank you and Councillor Jeff for your partnership together. You've worked really well together, particularly in the Central City project, which is ongoing, I appreciate, but will be, I think we'll get some good outcomes from that also. In terms of the motion, I absolutely support it. We've been hearing from some highly frustrated developers who have been really battling with the system and are just looking for any opportunities to provide some relief. I'm not convinced that this is the complete solution, and that there is bigger issues at play that we need to continue to work out. But as Councillor Tim has rightly noted, this is not a solution that should hamstring the usual process as well. So I encourage staff to keep that at front of mind as well. So I look overall to some progress with our developers, between our staff, with our community and our council, with a big picture and collaborative approach, and look forward to some success hopefully in this arena. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Emma. Right, I will exercise my right of reply very quickly. So I fully agree with ensuring that any new fast-tracked building consent process does not negatively impact the current standard process. That is actually one of the reasons why we haven't pursued this in the past, is the concern around fairness and taking resource from one process to speed up another, which is why I noted in my the wording of my report that I would envisage this would be quite two separate processes with separate resourcing to ensure that didn't happen. So fully agree with that. And I think in terms of, it would be great if we could get more information out, or as suggested, contact developers directly who have been part of this process. There's been talk about response times not improving, but we've also heard from our GM that they have improved from 15 to 16 working days to 12 to 13, but also that we scale down our resourcing when we can forecast that building consents will be coming in slower. So there's also been a reduction in staffing since the peak of building consents. So there's lots that I think where communication would help, lots of areas where communication would help. I want to acknowledge Corey. He's been incredibly helpful and keen to work together to find ways to improve processes. Acknowledge Grant also. I do talk here about the consent working group. Really good feedback from developers on the trials that they're looking to do through that. And also in terms of the IP, it will come as an upfront cost, but I also think there's a real opportunity, the automating the processes, it will come as an upfront cost to invest in that, but there's a real opportunity to actually then have the IP and sell that service to other councils around the country to help recover some of that cost, so that we can be innovative in that space. Cool. Thank you. I'm getting called by Paula. Thank you. All right, let's go to the vote. So receiving the Chair's report and the resolution. Yep, all in one go. All of those in favour? Excellent, thank you.
Carried unanimously.
Okay. Yes, district plan. Yeah, shall we keep going until 1 o'clock? We'll need a break, I think. But district plan should be quite quick because there's, in fact, we'll take it as read.
Sit down. It's very brief. The key resolution there is regarding Plan Change 19, which was the realignment of the Transpower grid, but that is a formality. Decision's already been made by the Commissioner who sat on that decision. So I don't think there's much more to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. Councillor Andrew will move and Councillor Maria will second. All right, thank you very much, Mark. I will open the floor to any questions, but it's pretty straightforward. All right, let's go to the vote then. Oh, all those in favour of receiving the report and the recommendations, excellent.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, I think we can have a lunch break, come back, because we're not going to get through everything. How are people? General updates, okay, we could do general updates and then leave the wastewater one till after, I think. Yep, general updates.
So general updates is intended to be taken as read. Just draw your attention to the really interesting commuting data attachment. In fact, there was a late additional attachment for that. But yeah, we'll just take it as read.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any questions on the general updates and the commuting data there? No? Oh, yes.
Not on the commuting data, but just it mentions in here in terms of EOI and the different collaborations needed across different spaces like future-proof. I might not be privy to this, but is there some kind of diagram that brings together all the spaghetti junction of all the connections so there's an understanding of what governance in the water space looks like, or is that under development? Like I don't know what goes where. Okay, thanks.
On Mangai Jadine's?
Yeah, on the EOI thing expressly.
Okay.
I believe that the executive chair is working very closely with Peter Winder to provide a roadmap to you of exactly all of that by November. So not only what needs to be done, isn't that right, Blair, but also who needs to be part of the various strands of work. That's what he's working on at the moment, and he's making really great pace with that, I think.
That is my understanding.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Make sure
Thank
I didn't
you.
get that wrong.
It's in progress. Yep.
So there's a few items in here. Future-proof update, commuting insights, an update around also the consents working group. Are there any questions? Okay. Councillor Louise.
I'm sure that my comments are not going to be surprising to some people. Just in the strategic considerations, we're sort of doing our rinse and repeat of there are no known climate risk or adaptation opportunities associated with the matters discussed in the report. But like, there's really cool things in the report that I'm like, these are totally impact climate, and it would have been great to have just even some really high level statements about what commuting tells us about an impact on carbon emissions, you know. So, and I also felt this about some of the other earlier reports as well, but it's just there are opportunities to talk about climate and we could take them up.
Okay. Amy said that she's
Amy's well aware of my growth.
Take on the feedback in that regard. Is it Amy that because it's only a report?
No, look, I'll note that as well. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Thank you for raising that, Councillor Louise. All right. What are you?
Or he pai manoa ora. I've mentioned it in other meetings as well.
Okay. Did we already do that? All right. Who hasn't moved something today? Okay, Mayor Paula, would you like to move this? And we'll have a seconder from Mangai Jadine. Okay, excellent. All those in favour? Oh, you are going to... All right, sorry, I'm just so excited about going to lunch. Sorry about that. It's been a bit...
You know, look, I do think
Guilty
it's
of
really
it today.
important. We have such fantastic staff, and it's really interesting times we're in now, especially in an election period, and they have to withstand a little bit of criticism here and there and challenge, and that's all part of the process. So I just want to speak to this report and say, you can see the amount of work that staff are doing is immense and all at detail. And I just want to thank Blair and his team and all of you guys for all the work that you're doing behind the scenes, which is quite often a thankless task. I think people are sometimes unaware exactly of how many strands of work have been underway in the last 3 years and that you have been working at pace on. And I, for one, and I know the rest of the council, sincerely appreciates the work you do, even if we don't always say it often enough. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Good. All right, let's go to the vote for receiving the report. Awesome.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, so the reason I do want to just take a break is that there were additional changes to the wording that I sent through yesterday evening in terms of the wastewater update. So we're going to work to send through an updated version, and there'll just be time to percolate on that, so that as soon as we come back, we'll jump into that issue. And hopefully, if you've got any particular things you want to discuss, then just let me know beforehand. So we'll come back in 40, what's the minimum? 45. 45 minutes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Just a heads up, I might be a little late.
Okay. Okay. 1:20? No one wants to leave. Well, welcome back. Hope everyone's feeling refreshed. Ready to start again. So we are now on to the wastewater update item, and there's been a motion with a slight amendment circulated. We may end up taking that in parts today, so we'll just go first to introduction and questions and then work our way through that. Cool, thank you, Kevin and Jackie.
Well, tēnā koutou. This is the fifth in a series of reports and engagements on our wastewater servicing challenges, risks and solutions over the past 6 months, which really have been built on the work that's been undertaken and traversed with you over the past 5 years. This paper really seeks to close off and provide updates on a range of matters requested at the 26th of June meeting, including further information on prioritisation of the Reactive Wastewater Network Upgrade Fund, an update on the IAF Reactive Fund, updates on the connections policy and approval processes, and further information on next steps following the workshop held on the 10th of June to discuss risk settings associated with wastewater management alongside utilisation of network capacity. At the 26th of June meeting, you approved a benefits analysis approach for prioritising the Reactive Wastewater Network Upgrade Fund. And last week, a briefing was held with you to work through a range of matters, including discussing criteria to guide the prioritisation of that fund for identified projects. And the briefing material from that session is attached to the report. While I was unable to attend the briefing, I understand that elected members were comfortable with the options evaluation methodology and the outcomes presented at the briefing, which of 3 examples presented identified the Frankton wastewater network upgrades as the best option or upgrade meeting the prioritisation criteria proposed. Hopefully that provides confidence in the draft criteria presented and the methodology proposed. But we have noted from the briefing that EM's requested staff consider affordable housing and a higher weighting for upgrades that support feasible development in the mix of prioritisation criteria for that reactive fund. That feedback and others provided at the briefing will be factored into the criteria and approach going forward. You'll also note that in relation to the connections policy approval and the risk settings and interim wastewater servicing solutions, that we have called out the changing landscape that we're operating in, particularly in relation to roles and responsibilities for wastewater management, given the establishment of EOI, the legislative shifts and the local body elections that are upcoming. So as a result of that, we have pushed pause to a certain extent on the connections policy approval work, as one, so we can brief the EOI board on the work that's been done to date, and also develop a potential approach and timing to develop fit-for-purpose policy and practice for further consideration post the elections. You'll also note that in relation to the requests to staff around risk settings and in particular exploring the implications of more receptive risk appetite in relation to enabling interim on-site storage and off-peak pump solutions, that we haven't made a lot of progress on that. There hasn't been sufficient time or resource to really dive deeply into that kaupapa. At your briefing last week, there was a slide entitled Conditions of Approval Current Thinking, which was staff really reflecting back to you what we'd heard at the 10th of June session that we had. I just want to call out that in paragraph 50 of this report, you'll see that staff do not recommend interim on-site storage or off-peak wastewater pumping solutions to manage wastewater capacity in the short or longer term because of the potential for operational issues, public health and environmental risks, and liability concerns in the event of failure. We have noted in the report that in very rare cases, short to medium term risk management may be feasible, typically in commercial and institutional settings. I really just wanted to highlight that. We've also included in the report a summary of the key takeouts from a staff meeting with Regional Council, which reinforced that the risk settings proposed by staff are generally aligned with their views. I'll pause there and take any questions, unless Kevin wanted to add anything further. Kia ora.
No, all good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will take questions. Yes, yes.
Okay, so that's the
All
recommendation.
questions,
Thank you, the
please.
recommendation that was circulated, just get it up. In terms of staff's view on that recommendation, is it consistent with the report and the key issues and risks that you've just outlined? Does it create any additional risks?
Sorry, I need to familiarise myself with the final recommendation that has been circulated.
I think it's really important that we
Right,
understand
okay.
that, so I'm happy for that to happen.
Yeah. So I guess just to be upfront, we did see I saw a version that was circulated last night and made it really clear that these are elected member recommendations. They're not staff proposals or recommendations. So I just want to put that there. There are a number of these elements, though, in this final version that do align with, I guess, our approach. So the first one, that Te Ture Whaimana will continue to be considered at the forefront of matters relating to wastewater network management. That's BAU in the way that we work. Just looking at number 2, the criteria and approach out, and please forgive me, I'm just trying to understand what's...
Yeah, we should have ensured that was circulated to you, Jackie. Do we want to just take 5 minutes, actually? Let's... Yeah.
The question I'm asking is, to what extent is this totally consistent with staff's advice? And yes, it is an elected member motion, but we've still got to understand the implications of it.
My understanding is the one thing that would be inconsistent would be 5, which is to continue to develop a proposal for elected members considered around on-site solutions. Let's take 5 minutes to pause. Apologies, that should have been circulated, so I'll take that one.
I'm fine, I can carry on. So number 2, the criteria outlined in the paper will be used to guide prioritisation. I think that's fine. In the report, we put 2 options. One, adopt the criteria that we'd put forward, or provide feedback through the 6th of August briefing, which you've had. So we're fine with number 2. Number 3, the first priority area for reactive wastewater upgrade fund will be Frankton. We've presented 3 options as a case study of how the criteria and process would be used to identify which upgrades should be prioritised. Based on what we've completed today, Frankton's probably okay, but I would caution elected members reaching over and being so directive when we don't and we haven't presented to you the full suite of options that have been considered. But based on the work we have done, I think, and the briefing showed that Frankton does look like the upgrade that best meets the criteria that we put forward. Number 4, any reactive fund procured that exceeds the budget will require future decisions by council. Yep, so that aligns with what was included in the financial part of the report, so that's fine. 5, staff will undertake further work to develop a proposal to consider, for elected members to consider, that would enable the use of on-site solutions for residential developments. So you would have heard pretty consistently that we're uncomfortable and do not support the application of on-site storage and off-peak pumping systems for residential developments. So to your point, Chair Sarah, that doesn't really align with staff views. Number 6, staff will investigate more enabling resource consent options where there are planned and funded infrastructure projects. We can investigate. We're not sure what will come out of that investigation, so I guess that's fine.
Can I just speak to that one? So Grant has been across that one, and that really primarily speaks to the Grant's process that he heads up. So what Grant would say here is his process already considers planned infrastructure investments out, and so this effectively is saying with the advent of EOI, there may be some more certainty, there may be some more options to think about things, and so that's part of what that resolution is referring to. So Grant was very happy with that wording.
And I guess the details will come when those options are presented. We have examples already where where condition precedents are included in resource consent certificates that require certain upgrades to be commissioned before developments can connect to them. So on that basis, that's fine. But I guess what we currently do not do is approve resource consents on the basis that an upgrade might be delivered sometime in the future. So it's really reliant on that upgrade being delivered before connections occur. Number 7, staff continue to engage with iwi in development of policy. It's BAU for us, so no problem with that. And 8, staff will engage with EOI early in development of policy and ensure that the policy options sought in 5 and that should be 6 above rather than 7 are an agenda item to be discussed with EOI in the EOI forum, sorry. So in terms of engaging with EOI, we're intending to do that in the coming weeks. Really important for them to understand the issues that we're contending with in the city. And we also want to really talk about the future form of the connections policy, because I think there will be elements that clearly sit within EOI and other elements that still remain with council. So we sort of need to pull those apart a bit. Sorry, that's just disappeared. And then the ensuring that the policy options sought in 5 and 6 are taken to the EOI forum. That was, I guess, something that elected members wanted to see, and that's the right place for it. You know, that's where Hamilton City, Waikato Tainui and Waikato District Council representatives will meet to engage with the EOI board.
Thank you. Just following on from that engagement with the EOI would be BAU. I see, you know, you're co-opted across to that. Andrew's already in the coffee shop down there talking with Kevin in a business meeting now, so that's happening, right? Yeah. That whole gap analysis of what's required, and Kevin's going to present a roadmap to council in November. So that's kind of harmless but not needed in a way, right? Is that what you'd say? Yeah. I don't want to put words in your mouth, sorry. In terms of the on-site wastewater solutions, it's a complicated arena, but it would be, government is using some rhetoric around localised solutions, isn't it? So how does that, our approach, sit with what government wants to see in terms of unlocking development? Just out of interest, because they seem to be, when I've been at forums in Wellington, they seem to be talking about localised wastewater solutions and this and that. But you're saying that the risk is quite high from on-white. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the context is, because it might be that they're talking about it in relation to decentralised wastewater treatment plant and reticulation systems. Yeah. So for satellite communities, as an example, I imagine that will be coming up a lot, particularly in relation to fast-track consent applications. Mm-hmm. I haven't heard anything myself about government suggesting on-site storage tanks and off-peak pumping to enable intensification with already built-up environments. Okay. And we've presented previously through the State of the Nation reports information about what other metros are doing, where they're also not promoting those types of solutions. We've got examples where on-site storage solutions have been tried and failed, and given the unique regulatory environment we operate in the Waikato, with Te Ture Whaimana, not only are there significant compliance challenges, but the reputational relationship and, of course, environmental and public health implications and risks are the reasons why we don't recommend them for residential developments.
And last question is, would another one of those risks relate to infringement and fines and
compliance?
Compliance that we're already investigating a couple of smaller incidents. Yep.
I spoke to Maury yesterday, and there's a lot more coming through at the moment.
Yeah, because my understanding is that am I right in understanding that regional council has been told to do their job right in terms of compliance, right? That's the other pressure from government?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And in the report, I've provided a summary of the key takeouts that we have from the meeting we had with regional council staff around their tolerance of continued wastewater overflows.
It's very low, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. So, Jackie, I do want to focus on 5, which is the on-site storage. I'm only really interested in those people who are stuck at the moment, having bought land with development intentions, not for new projects. What can we do to help them?
I think it's a very challenging situation for council. I appreciate the pressure that you're receiving from the private some of the private development community. But I think if you reflect on the decisions that you've made over the last 5 years around not being able to afford to provide for intensification and growth everywhere, having to prioritise where you want to put your infrastructure investment based on strategic land use provisions, and that meaning some areas will not have the investment needed to service intensification. I think there's a reality there around the economics for council, and unfortunately that will mean that some areas miss out in terms of where council have currently prioritised to provide for growth. However, as outlined in the report, our strategic planning needs to adapt and be dynamic to growth pressures. So if there were a change in priorities from a land use perspective, then that is something that ERY and the strategic planners need to reflect. So it's not directly answering your question, but I think it is just highlighting the bigger issues around affordability, needing to prioritise where you allow for and invest in growth, and the infrastructure to support that growth. And for some areas, that will mean they either need to wait or fund it themselves. And some of the investments needed to unlock the capacity challenges are significant, and not all areas are currently funded.
So through the Chair, just to add to that, we've taken upon ourselves to sit down with pretty much every one of those developers that come in and look at their various sites, and some of them have multiple sites, and work through different options and redirection and other things, and run those to ground to see whether we can do anything on each of those sites. Some of them have been accepted and taken up, but others have probably not been that palatable to the developers. But we have heard and we have sat down with the developers and went through a process with them.
Could you put just some rough numbers on the number of projects that might be held up as a result? Not the ones that you've been able to facilitate, but the ones that are remaining as problems.
I would say we're probably about 75% of them are still in that too hard basket.
Yeah, is that half a dozen projects or?
With the developers that we've been talking about, it's probably about a dozen.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Andrew. Councillor Anna.
Kia ora korua. Just so the number 5 basically is suggesting more investigation. So, and I think you're saying that your opinion at this point is that there is no need to investigate further because, in your opinion, the risks that would be associated with residential on-site solutions for residential, there's no way they can be mitigated to a point where the risks would be low to zero.
That's right.
And I guess just in terms of, just to be clear, on the residential developments that we have had where failure has happened, it was largely a result of a lack of monitoring, is there any, like, in terms of a residential development that was managed by an institution like KO or larger, that's something that we've already looked into and isn't a feasible risk mitigation?
So, and just so I'm clear,
Yeah.
interim storage and off-peak pumping is not a practice that occurs in Hamilton. So we don't do this. And for many years, we've been actively pushing against the development community, wanting to utilise that as a solution to allow them to get away, rather than investing in the infrastructure that's needed to service them. There are a handful of examples in industrial and commercial situations where we have allowed on-site storage and off-peak pumping. An example that's worked well is the Dairy Goat factory on Kahikatea Drive. So that monitors the network and stops discharge from the factory when the water level in the network is too high. They have the people, resource and infrastructure to manage and maintain that system.
Right.
It's approved through a trade waste discharge agreement. So every 5 years we review that. So it's in their interest to ensure that it operates well, that it's maintained and monitored well, because every 5 years their trade waste discharge agreement is going to be revisited. So that's an example. It is not the norm where it's been applied. We have another example, Fast Track Hotel situation in Peach Grove, where we have supported that as a solution, again, because it's a commercial operation. They should have the resources and incentive to make sure that that operates properly. So in those handful of situations, we've allowed it to occur. Residential developments, we don't have an example of this. The Jack's Landing special housing area, they had similar capacity challenges along Kahikatea Drive, so same network that Dairy Goat discharge into, where a solution was proposed, and I'm not sure how, but it was approved, which was a public pump station and on-site storage facility. So it's not on private property, it's pushed into the council's assets, and council monitor, manage and are responsible for the functioning of that system. There have been occasions where that pump station has overflowed because the storage is not sufficient to hold back flow while the network is full. So that's, I guess, the only example that I can think of where the philosophy has been applied to a residential development, but it's not privately owned.
Okay. And then is there also there is some consideration to a development at the university having an on-site solution as well, but is that residential or not? It wasn't clear.
Well, those are the things that we wanted to kōrero about in the unique development criteria.
Oh, okay, yep.
Because there are, if we take the university as an example, it's an institution, so they should have the people, resources and capacity and incentive to make sure a system like that operates properly. Not in the long term, but in the short to medium term. That's one potential option. For the likes of the university, there's other options that are also being explored. But I think a university setting is the type of setting where, you might be open to it, because it's not, not a small whānau or family having to worry about what's happening in their backyard.
Right, that makes sense.
So through the chair, I've been briefed on that one, and at a very high level, we are looking at redirection and we are looking at on-site storage as considerations, absolutely. Yeah.
So number 5 is sorry, I think I'm just getting a bit lost in the definitions of residential, because to me, a university development that houses students, for me, in my mind, that is residential, but it's not. So I'm just getting clear in my head, so thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Louise.
Thank you. Just on Councillor Anna's sort of train of thought, just wanted to clarify a couple of the things that you said around. So the success of the Dairy Goat and the hotel on Peach Grove is that the infrastructure stays with them, or there is a higher level of direct responsibility on them as the site owners, rather than in small-scale residential where there might not be a body corp, or there might be individuals owning the properties. Is that?
I think there are a few different factors. One is that the infrastructure stays with them.
Yeah.
I think the other factors are that they have the people, resource and capability to actually manage the system, and incentives to ensure that it does operate as intended. We can flick to other examples where there have been privately owned assets, so on-site wastewater treatment systems that have been owned by a body corp that have failed. So it's not just the fact that it's privately owned that's the driver. In that situation, just, the residents don't have the capability to ensure that those systems are operated, maintained well. And when the systems failed, they came to this council, actually, to connect them to the public network. The public network did not run outside their development, but that's an example where, in that instance, council decided to connect that small community because of the public health risks that existed there, but also because of the issues with the on-site solution.
So, and I'm very happy for a ballpark figure. Do you have any estimates of the costs on us when overflow events happen due to on-site storage? Because regional council, if it backs up the public system, regional council comes after us. It doesn't come after the private body corp necessarily.
So like I said, this is not the norm in Hamilton, so we don't have widespread installations of on-site private storage. So I guess that's the first thing. The second thing with these types of systems is, or any system, is water flows downhill. Yeah. So if the storage is located at a higher point than the public network, it will push into the network and your network will overflow. You might remember the diagram we had of 3 manholes and why that doesn't necessarily stack up. But we do have cases where there have been failures of private systems, so private reticulation pump stations, where I guess council's defence might have been to duck because it's a private system. And it was the failings of the asset owner that caused it to overflow. In that situation, the regional council still came looking at council because of our role in approving those systems and our role in monitoring the effectiveness of the maintenance and operation of those systems. So I think just having it in private ownership is not a defence for its failure and the impacts of those failures.
And just one final question, if I might. The example you gave earlier about a body corp solution, which we then ended up connecting to the public. How much does that cost us? Do we put a targeted rate on that body corp to cover that, or is it?
I don't believe there was a targeted rate. It just so happened to line up with some infrastructure that was going in to support a Greenfield's development. So there was a pipe that was nearby that they could connect to. We could find the figures, but I don't know them off the top of my head.
That's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, do we have more? Just having a look. I've got some questions if we don't have any other ones right now. Oh, sorry. Jading.
I came in last minute.
Okay,
like
all right.
Ninja.
Hello, Manga Jading. Okay, it was one of those ninja ones. That's right.
Sorry, Jackie, my question is probably more for you, and it's to do with, I guess, the relationship with iwi and the consultation in this space. And I know that you won't speak for them in this space, but if they were to see that we were proposing something that could potentially have negative impacts to Te Awa or Waikato, how do you think that that might impact the relationship with them?
So all of the work that we've done over the last 5 years has been undertaken in partnership with Waikato Tainui and Mana Whenua. So our approach going into PC12, we worked through that with them, which was to have Te Ture Whai Mana and the health and wellbeing of the awa at the core. Our approach to reviewing the connections approval process was the same. And a high degree of support for what we were doing, because it does recognise the importance of the Waikato River. So I think that decisions that are not aligned with doing what's best in terms of the Waikato River would be, one, difficult to have a kōrero with Mana Whenua about and iwi about, and I would be very surprised if they would be supportive of that. But as you say, not speaking on their behalf.
Kia ora.
Okay. Thank you, Jackie. I've got some questions around the reactor fund to start with. So you mentioned that there could be, well, that it was premature to say that Frankton would be the first one to start with. I had understood from the briefing that we had the full suite of locations in front of us that had localised constraints. Is that correct?
Yeah. So on the map, and I've included a copy of that in the report, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 areas with local upgrades. The application of the prioritisation criteria and the methodology only looked at 3. It could be that when you put all of them on the table, Frankton falls out still as the best. I was just really highlighting that we presented 3 as a way of working through the criteria and the methodology.
Okay. So with the then with adding in that additional weighting for the actual feasibility of an area, then that could give us comfort that we're not going to end up putting in a solution in somewhere that is cost effective but won't unlock many houses, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably a slightly nuanced way of adopting one of the criteria that's already in there, and Kevin's got it in front of him, where there's a criteria around inquiries. So inquiries and predicted growth, you could factor in feasibility of development in the mix of those 2 criteria.
Okay, so I think
my
intention is basically to go, how much demand is there actually in an area, so that are we wasting our time, or are we supporting the most development possible in terms of this area has demand? So if there's a better way to word it, but it was giving that greater weighting.
Yeah, so through the chair, in that briefing, I think you remember that Frankton jumped out at us because it had the most numbers, and I think from memory it was like 37 or something of people have been, developers looking at doing developments in that area. So that's why it jumped out of us. And that was why the good kōrero in the briefing was around maybe a weighted attribute and having that a little bit heavier for the criteria.
Okay. But that's captured, just confirming in terms of the wording in the motion, which refers to that feedback. I'm just confirming that it's clear that it's referring to that ultimately what will be demand for development in area, because that's determined by feasibility. Can I ask, please, about the IIF reactive fund? So we have guaranteed strategic infrastructure capacity for stage 1, but we haven't guaranteed local. How much of stage 1 is still constrained by local constraints?
Based on the work that we've done to date, it seems, and this is assuming a level of growth within stage 1 and a distribution of that growth, the local wastewater network appears to be okay We've got some blueprinting investigations within the stage 1 area underway right now. So that's looking at it from a pipe by pipe level for the stage 1 area. And looking at how do we align up renewals activities with the potential need to upgrade to service future growth. So that work's underway right now. There are a couple of small pump stations that are probably constrained, but a lot of those considerations are driven by individual development proposals. In terms of council guaranteeing strategic capacity, that was one of the key policy directions that came through Plan Change 12, and that we have pulled through into the connections policy work that we've done. What that requires, though, is for funding of that strategic infrastructure to be prioritised. In the last long-term plan, there is an example of that not happening. So the Seddon pump station diversion was recommended in the long-term plan because it's strategic, needed to service the stage 1 area, and it wasn't funded. So I think we've made this policy call, but the risk of funding decisions not aligning with that policy call is a real thing. One of the reasons why the Seddon diversion is on the list and it has been approved by Kāinga Ora for the reactive fund is because it is important. We do need it. And so we're proposing to use the reactive fund to fund that strategic infrastructure. So wastewater, I think we're okay, but we'll need to look at each development on a case-by-case basis. There are also a number of new and proposed pump stations at a trunk level within the stage 1 area that were recommended through the long-term plan that weren't funded. We will get more of an idea of how much it will cost for those trunk networks through the work that we're the planning and investigation work that's underway through the IAF funded investigations. So just provides more information around what's actually needed at a trunk level, and that should flow through to the next funding requests through ERY going forward. On water supply, slightly different. So water supply, we're doing a similar exercise, blueprinting exercise, and it's not so much driven by capacity, it's driven by alignment with our design standards, which require certain size pipes to be installed within a certain configuration. So for example, certain pipe sizes running along both sides of the roads in order to meet firefighting standards. That's a different thing. It's not a capacity thing, it's a design standard compliance with those standards driver. Again, through the long-term plan, we put forward some pretty significant buckets of funding to undertake proactive local network upgrades in the stage 1 area. That has been funded, not in the first 3 years, because we do need to really think about how we might design that program so it's delivered efficiently and so you can align different infrastructure activities together, following on from the discussion you were having this morning about disruption to the CBD and businesses, just trying to minimise that. So the big spend for those proactive investment funds is not until year 3 or 4 from memory. Just to give us and now ERY time to really think about how do you frame up those programs so that you can attract the right workforce, but also minimise disruption and get the best out of every investment that you make within the central city. Sorry, long-winded answer to your question.
Thank you. And with, say, like with stage 1, where we're going, look, we want you to develop here. In reality then, with what it sounds like there are water constraints in terms of standards and needing to upgrade, I mean, how easy is it for then someone to come in and go, I've got confidence to buy a section in stage 1 and develop? Or like, what does that process look like if we then say, do your local capacity assessment and it comes up with issues and what funding is available there? And a question that's been raised with me from a developer was, well, if you're serious about stage one, why don't you just guarantee full strategic and local capacity, and you do the assessment and you make sure that the infrastructure's in place? What would it cost to actually do that?
I think there's a cost element, there's a deliverability element, and it speaks to wanting to try and do everything everywhere. You need to be able to figure out how best to roll out your program. I think the move to guarantee strategic capacity is a bold move by council, and I think that in itself does signal that the stage one area is a priority for the city. You're not doing that anywhere else. So that's a big move, because what it means is any time a strategic network upgrade is required, you're taking that burden off the development community and you're owning it yourself. So that's a big move. Within the stage one local networks, I think the proactive funds that you have put aside for the stage one areas, again, is a really positive step. But we need to be, I guess, agile enough to respond to development as it happens. You know, you can imagine if council made the call, we're going to start at the end of Anglesey Street and make our way, build our way north, and then someone comes in from the south, so opposite directions, in a different place to where you've programmed, that would be, you would get criticism over that. So I think we need to be reactive to what occurs within the development of stage one itself. And that means having discussions with developers, probably building on other strategies like the Central City Plan that you've already undertaken, so that you can be more deliberate and intentional about where you invest. I think a blanket commitment that council's just going to be responsible for all infrastructure capacity without knowing the location, scale of those developments, it's a high-risk position to be in.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, Jackie, with about half the cities closed for the sort of new connections, would you say that the other half of the city still has sufficient capacity for developers to be building and growing, so that we don't necessarily need to open up Frankton and other areas in the meantime?
Yeah, it's about a third. So about a third of the city is constrained. Frankton, to me, is on the edge of stage one. Like it's pretty close, and you've got, like is reflected in the assessment of the Frankton option, a lot of inquiries and predicted growth in that area. But to your question, I do think that you've got a plan. That plan does support the Greenfields development areas, which you've invested heavily in unlocking. And so there is a lot of land enabled for development already. There are other parts of the city that aren't constrained, that have already developed parts of the city that aren't constrained currently. That might change if you get intensification of those areas. Norton, for example. But right now, those networks appear to have capacity.
Yeah. So if there's not urgency on opening up areas like Frankton, can we look back at prioritising the dozen people who have land, who have purchased land, have developments that they want to do but are stuck, the people who are trapped? Is it just a cost issue? Can we help them with solutions and fast-track projects in those areas that would be intending to happen anyway at some time within the next 10 years, but just to get those 12 or even some of those 12 out of the hole they are in?
The approach that we've taken to identifying potential upgrades is looking at the benefit to the network. So not looking at Is it going to unlock development of this particular land parcel or this particular developer's land holdings? So that's why we've only got 7 upgrades identified, because we're looking at a bigger benefit, not just to individuals. That's the way that we've approached other diversions that we've undertaken, other upgrades. So the Fitzroy Tiano diversion is an example of that. So you had a number of inquiries, but the solution was to unlock an area. I think making decisions to support individual land owners, I guess is with you to decide, but it's not something that we would recommend from a strategic network planning perspective.
So through the chair, sorry, this was traversed also at the briefing, and these 7 areas are the ones we wanted to look at to unlock it, so for disruption and other purposes to do our catchment as such. And we did cover off that some of these developers are in those areas where it's really difficult. The best way to go about it is actually to move forward and do those strategic fixes for them in those spaces. It was really hard and inefficient to look at an individual developer on a case-by-case basis. You don't get much bang for your buck out of that 3.8 million over the first 3 years.
Yep. Thank you.
Kevin and Jackie, speaking of the big interventions, when there's been delays now with the Hamilton East one, and how do we as elected members get comfort that we're doing actually everything we can to get those underway as quickly as possible? Because I understand third parties have made have been less conducive to us going ahead with this, but is that a reason to, how do we, when is this plan to be completed, and how can we support speeding things up beyond, what we've done in terms of entering into the CCO arrangement?
I can't remember the dates off the top of my head, but given the challenges we were having with the Upper Eastern bulk storage solution, we have moved forward on the Lower Eastern bulk storage solution. So ultimately the network will be of benefit to the broader catchment, but the Lower Eastern bulk storage will not have the same benefit areas as the upper. So I guess we've switched our program so that we're not being held up by an individual project being potentially stalled. So that's the first thing. In the Upper Eastern, and I'll call it that rather than naming any particular locations, we have discussed that with you in the past, and my apologies for not following this up because I said I would. You elected members did request that a letter be prepared to said third party, just outlining the importance of that project to council and to enabling growth in a high priority area, which is Hamilton East. I haven't followed up whether that letter got issued or not. We can do that again. So Kevin's just said it hasn't, but we can follow that up. I guess it's being considerate of how you utilise your political capital as well is probably something else to consider, but we can definitely make sure that that letter is crafted and directed through Mayor Paula with your review, Chair Sarah, if that's still something that EMs desire.
So through the chair, just to add on that one, I think the team have gone away and done a lot of investigation and multi-criteria analysis, and the other side is looking more favourable now, so we're not sure whether our resources were invested into making sure that something went forward as fast as it could.
And I asked this partly because the Upper East is, we're hearing is there's particular interest in developing there, so I think,
What we are looking at doing within the EOI program is whether we should be taking a program-wide designation approach. So still individual designations of sites, but running everything together not including the ones that we've already started, but running everything together so you're still progressing those areas that might be less contentious and not holding up the whole program through stop-starts when these types of issues arise, which they will.
Okay. All right. What I'm going to do, are there any final questions for Jackie or Kevin at this stage? No. Okay, what I'm going to do is we'll take a 5-minute break to talk with elected members around the motion before we come back again. So maybe longer than 5 minutes, may actually be 10. So we'll just have to play it by ear. Okay, thank you. We'd hope, but we had, so there's been some, thanks for those who assisted. We've separated out 5 from the rest of the motion, and we've also, the one in terms of the reactive fund has been amended to note that Frankton will be the first priority for investigation for the reactive fund, rather than locking us in, but saying look into that one first so we can, if it works, we get away with it. We get on with it. Now the only other change is that then the other part of this is now taken separate, because I understand some elected members are not comfortable with it, so we've separated those out. So hopefully everyone else is happy with the rest of the body of that motion. Jeff, are you wanting to second that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm happy to second the second
Oh
part.
yeah, or you guys are, I'm happy if you want to.
I'm going to email it. No.
Yeah.
Councillor Jeff is doing the second as well. He's happy. Yeah, because you're moving both, right, Sarah?
Yeah. And my understanding is this motion here doesn't stop the work being done in terms of thinking about the unique developments, but it is asking that within the thinking we're doing that we include at-scale residential developments. We include investigating them with appropriate organisational capability and resources to manage the interim on-site solution. So that narrows it down, but still leaves it open to residential being something that we would consider for on-site solutions. And noting this is only to do further investigation work. We're not approving anything today or making any decisions around policy. So, yeah. Do we have any questions or anything, or shall we move to, yeah? Should we go back to the top, Amy? And it's been emailed. So, sorry, yeah, and the changes aren't highlighted. So just the only changes is 3, the first B3, the first priority area for further investigation of the reactive wastewater upgrade fund will be Frankton. So it's not committing that it will be. It's, yeah.
My question, can I ask a question about the at-scale thing? Because I wasn't in part of the huddle over there, so I'm not sure what the talk was about. So at scale, with organisational capacity, can someone explain to me what that would look like in practical terms of the sort of developments that we know are happening?
Basically,
would like to happen.
We're giving guidance that we want to look at things that are not just cookie cutter small developments across everywhere. It needs to be of some sort of reasonable scale.
So something like SL1 or what? What does it mean
No, in
at
terms
scale?
of an actual single development rather than looking at Greenfield.
I think they're helpful. The reference there is at scale.
Yeah.
It's, I think, picking up the conversation that Jackie was talking about, large developments. So you know, many units,
So it could be
significance.
One of those large subdivision-y areas.
I think it's more a case of a large proposal from a developer for a particular development. It could be a large apartment complex. It could be a large number of dwellings in one particular area.
Anywhere in the city.
It also only where strategic solutions are planned. So basically where the large bulk systems will come online at some point. And we'll work with planning to identify strategic locations to prioritise as well, so that we're not, again, there was another measure to narrow it down. So it's not saying everywhere. It might say, well, actually there's high demand to do higher density in Hamilton East or wherever it might be, but in
that
this
makes
part of it,
thank you.
it's closed off.
That makes it a bit clearer. But in terms of timing, because you're saying where strategic solutions are planned, what sort of timing frame does that go go with? Because there's lots planned, but some of it's too far away for.
Okay, we could say to be funded. Could throw that in there. I think.
Do you see what I'm saying? I mean,
Yes,
there is work planned,
but
but some of it's planned over 10 years and some of it's planned sooner, right?
And ultimately, Mea Paula, it says while minimising risks. So the key thing here is we're trying to get a better understanding of, are there measures that if you had all of these in place, you could minimise the risk? And so that would include looking at, you know, how far away is the solution from being built? Ultimately, if it all comes back, and it's like, you know, we've heard there are issues with various solutions. Is there a way to have it really well managed is the question, that it would minimise the risks and you've got some parameters around it while not closing it off to residential
So
completely.
question to staff, thank you. The question to staff, have we got anything that looks like that in the pipeline at the moment? What does it achieve?
Well, Jackie's talked about a couple of examples that have recently been consented. And so
Are there others that we are?
not that I'm aware of, but I mean, I guess, you know, I don't know if Jackie has any aware of the moment. No.
No. So there's nobody sort of beating on our door saying let us in, apart from the smaller people who need wastewater connection?
But that's not to say that there may not be.
Oh, no, but I'm just asking. So there's not an imminent someone saying we're being held back, we're at scale, we can manage this. We're really, where the barrier is across the network, where people don't, that third that doesn't get any wastewater, that's where the pressure is, right?
And I think we've heard from Kevin and Jackie that a number of those are smaller, much smaller.
They're much smaller, so this won't help them in any way?
No.
Okay, so they'll still remain potentially a third of people who want wastewater connections not being able to be served by this at this time.
I mean, this resolution won't address those. I think, as Jackie had said, things such as the bulk storage program, those sorts of things will help provide some solutions in time for certain parts of the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes it clear for me. So, you know, this is a just in case something fantastic comes in the way of an opportunity with at scale housing, and it doesn't note including a portion of affordability, but I was just told by Anna that apparently we cannot make reference to any inclusion of affordable housing. We can't?
It wasn't included, I didn't say we couldn't.
I thought you said it was difficult to include it.
No.
Okay, sorry, misheard you.
Well, unfortunately, Grant's not here now at the moment. The advice I'd gotten was I asked, could we, for example, allow on-site solutions for affordable developments only? And the answer was no, this goes against how the RMA works, and you'd be up for judicial review over that.
Cool.
So probably, you know, even with the unique solutions, we've got to be very careful with exactly how we, you know, define things in terms of identifying them. So
that makes sense. It's fine.
So it's not a simple area, and I did ask.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense with the RMA. Thank you.
If we do scroll up, and it was just so the other thing that's added in there. Sorry, down a bit. So this was already in the motion this morning. So it was 6. So staff will investigate more enabling resource consent options where there are planned and funded infrastructure projects given the new context of the Waters Council controlled organisation. So that simply means we might be able to look out, say, a year further than we could right now, because we're not worrying about projects being scuppered by elections and, you know, I guess the shifting grounds of politics and things. So it adds a little bit more certainty having EOI. Does that mean we could readjust how far we might look out when we're granting a consent, although they still won't be able to connect all the things built?
Right.
And
so in terms of, thank you, in terms of our impact or influence of EOI, noting that the government has looked at some of the powers of these controlled organisations, how much say do we actually have, it's against our growth planning, isn't it? We can take our growth plan to EY and say, look, you know, we need this to grow the city. But outside of that, what can we influence in terms of when they fund what, which is the critical issue here?
I mean, I think that's within, you know, the parameters in the
shareholder agreement.
The shareholder agreement. I mean, EOI will be responding to the growth directions outlined by the shareholders, and you have the shareholder, the forum. But EOI ultimately, as a board, will determine its plans and put those to the shareholders for consideration. So, but you've tasked it with some very clear outcomes.
This doesn't derail any of the other, or put anyone else in a back foot now. This just gives a clearer.
And I think EOI has through the business plan, has a bigger ability to invest. We've seen that through the initial plans. So EOI has been designed specifically to help the councils respond to growth.
Within what they can afford, Cool, thank you.
Okay, just final thing in terms of EOI and trying to get away those bulk storage things as soon as possible. We will have a say around those plans with the water strategy, is that correct, as a council? And the ability to communicate that?
I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, okay. And Mangai Jadine?
Thank you. Just in terms of EOI, so irrespective of the decision today in terms of paragraph 5, they could ultimately receive this turnaround and say, no, we're personally liable. It's a no?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, I think we are at the point where we're going to move in to debate. All right. So I haven't prepared anything for debate, but and here I am. All right, thank you to everyone for all of the input on this. The wastewater issue has proven to be the most complex issue that we've grappled as a council, and every time we ask a question and we try to turn over a new stone or try and test a different idea, it turns out it's never as simple as it first sounded. And we have people who have been caught out by these wastewater constraints when the first basically came in terms of prohibiting any further resource consents. And I have tried with so many different questions and potential solutions to find a way forward for those people. Unfortunately, there isn't an easy answer. The answer is probably waiting for those big bulk storage devices to be put in place. I think that there is still value, however, in looking at what we can allow in terms of on-site solutions where something has a particularly large benefit for the city. And we've been discussing that with unique solutions. I don't think that should necessarily rule out residential where it's the right things are in place to really minimise risk. So this isn't suggesting full-blown, let's allow them everywhere across the city, but if it's a development of its scale, there are robust frameworks in place in terms of the organisation, managing it, then let's be open to considering it. And it's investigating the idea too. So we're not saying actually let's go ahead, but can we understand what we could do to mitigate those risks and minimise them, and is it something, once we have that information, we want to pursue further with a conversation with the board of EOI, which will ultimately be making many of these final calls. So it's a platform for a conversation. Thank you, Deputy Chair Jeff.
Oh, right. Look, I acknowledge this is not an easy matter, and it's, a symptom of, I guess, not enough development, not enough investment over years, and the Liberal duplex policy of the last decade, I guess, across the city, sucking up capacity, and the reality that you can't develop everywhere at once. investment is happening to try and remedy some of this, but it will take time. So I guess what we're trying to do is really acknowledge the hardship that this has created, and this is an attempt to try and make the best of our ability to make some improvements. I was a little disappointed. I felt the workshop was good, and I was then a little disappointed with what came to the briefing after that. I felt the momentum hadn't been continued on, but I'm appreciative of this, and I want to thank Kevin for his can-do attitude, which I really appreciate. In terms of on-site solutions, all we're really saying is here, let's not exclude the possibility of it. Let's keep that open. And investigating the opportunity to enable more resource consents in the knowledge that EOI is in charge, and there's less likelihood of LTPs chucking projects out, so you might be able to extend the time frame from 3 years to 5 years if there's more surety that a project's going to happen. So it's good to keep that one alive as well. I think at the end of the day, EOI is in place to help councils with growth. So I think the relationship that we have with EOI is going to be crucial to getting this stuff over the line. But I really support today's motion because it keeps the tension up, because, and we need to do that as a council, I think. And this is a really crucial area. And you can't develop across a third of our city, and we need to keep pushing as hard as we can.
Okay. Councillor Maria.
When making my debate, I have to consider the people that mandated me to be here. I oppose introducing widespread on-site wastewater systems, including interim storage and off-peak discharge in Hamilton's residential areas. Hamilton's network is under pressure, but the solution lies in centralised upgrades. As you know, around $1 billion over the next decade, including $500 million for the Pukete plant. These are designed for steady connected flows, not tanks dumping large volumes at once. Timed discharges don't fix the problem, they shift the risk. Sudden night surges can overload pump stations, cause overflows into the Waikato River, breach our resource consents, and trigger fines, clean-up costs, and reputational damage for council. That means ratepayers carry the bill. History shows that body corporates and private owners often fail to maintain wastewater systems. When they fail, Hamilton City Council still has the legal and moral responsibility to step in. The consequences? E. coli and nitrate contamination, human waste in the streets, public health orders, litigation, and loss of public trust. The health of the Waikato River is vital for all people who rely on it, not just Waikato Tainui. It's a taonga protected under co-management agreements, and any increased pollution risks threatening the environment, public health, and our shared way of life. As elected members, we must put trust and faith in our Hamilton City Council staff who bring specialised knowledge, expertise and diligence to managing this complex infrastructure. At the same time, we must provide strong governance to support their work and ensure decisions protect our city and community. This is more than about pipes, it's about protecting our people, environment and city's reputation. Hamilton City Council is committed to best practice solutions that meet community needs and developer growth without exposing us to unnecessary risks and on-site systems, Arno.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Hamilton may have 190,000 people, but imagine you, and I mean each of you, is one of the 12 who purchased property in good faith and with due diligence at the time before constraints were made public. You were planning to build private houses, and sure, you were intending to make a profit, but that is what everyone does. Now your working capital is tied up, so you can't do other projects in high capacity areas where other developers are continuing to make profits. Each of you would be in trouble. Not only is your ability to earn gone, your asset is no longer worth what you paid, you did it by mortgaging your house, and the organisation that got you into this is charging you higher rates. This sort of thing ruins lives. There is a risk of on-site storage, but there is a real certainty of harm in doing nothing. what is our liability to the owners? We will have a deeper look into the large-scale sites where the risk can be practically eliminated, which is not as much as I hoped for, but Mangai Jadine and Councillor Maria are right in refusing to risk the river.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Thank you for, there again, the intent, which is to create more opportunity for growth, which I support. Having said that, the set of recommendations here, some of them are business as usual. In fact, they're underway. So I guess what they might achieve is signalling to the community that we've heard them, but outside of that, I don't think they advance greatly. I have to say, we always knew there'd be winners and losers in wastewater, and we've heard about the 30% as being largely smaller developers, smaller businesses. So this doesn't actually help them at all. What we're seeing is the effect of historic underinvestment for a long, long period of time. And at the heart of the solution is finding new ways to fund critical infrastructure. That's where we have to focus our attention, is getting other alternative funding mechanisms outside of both the development community and the ratepayer to unlock these opportunities faster. I'm a great fan of getting as many people to contribute and partner in the Southern Wastewater Plant, for example, as possible, because it makes sense to do something at scale and get all sorts of partnership to make that happen, in my opinion. In terms of on-site wastewater, we have to be careful. We have a high standard with Te Ture Whaimana to uphold, but we must also go after best practice. And at the moment, there's no real clear direction on what best practice looks like that I've seen. I'm really nervous of prioritising some and leaving others behind, and I'm just also very nervous of council being the last man standing when things are built on site. Eventually, even if the government says no, they don't have to be vested back to council. Ultimately, when the developers and everything have disappeared into the ether, long time in the future, council does become the last man standing, and those ratepayers at that time pick up the cost of any risk or failures that have occurred. So we just need to be holistic in the approach that we're taking, and I'm a great advocate for championing at central government and broader more funding tools to crack open core infrastructure in fast growth cities.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Mangai Jadine.
Sorry, still typing. I think it's no secret that I'm not comfortable that we are considering this option that staff did not recommend. That may result in us not upholding the principles of Te Ture Whaimana. That may increase the compliance risk to council, and despite staff papers mentioning the decreasing tolerance levels of the regulator, Waikato Regional Council, and we still want to do this, that will likely have a detrimental impact on the relationship with mana whenua and iwi, and also may not be progressed by Airwai anyway, given that they may be personally liable for these types of decisions, but council is not. On risks, I hear the push for progressing on-site solutions and the mitigation of risks, but risks don't happen in isolation. There are also risks to relationships with Te Tiriti or Waitangi partners. I think we are highlighting a risk of elected member resolutions that are not supported by staff. 4 if not 5 of the parts of this resolution are BAU, and I find it an overreach to recommend to staff to do what they're already doing. I'm not an engineer, and I'm not comfortable with crossing into an area where staff know more. I'm going to stay in my lane, but I'm thankful to the staff for their subject matter expertise. Te Awa o Waikato was here long before us and will be here long after us. I will not be supporting this resolution. Kia ora.
Okay. Councillor Louise.
Thank you. A more concise version of this debate would be to just simply say I agree with Councillor Maria and Mangai Jadine. I nearly gave you a promotion. Staff have been very clear that there are significant risks to on-site residential proposals which have not been sufficiently mitigated, and that they do not support this approach. As significant as our housing issues are, and they are significant, I don't want us to have poo in our streets and poo in our river. I also don't want us to be paying penalties to regional council for risks we already knew had often been realised, penalties that we could have been putting towards the centralised infrastructure we need. While there have been times when it's worked in industrial or commercial cases and the responsibilities and consequences have stayed with them, I remain unconvinced that this motion isn't a waste of time for us to direct staff to investigate. There are so many caveats, so many risks, and staff were explicit that they do not support it. I agree with Mayor Paula that these housing challenges are the end consequence of historic underinvestment in waters, and I'm not interested in band-aid solutions to that underinvestment.
Do we have further speakers? Councillor Anna.
I'm just listening to the debate. I do support this motion. I don't support compromising the river in any way, but I understand this to be investigation. The only reason I'm supporting it is because I do hold out hope for large-scale housing development, and we need it so desperately, but not at the expense of the river, absolutely not. But I think if we can investigate and see what's possible, obviously we're exploring these ideas at the university, and that's large-scale residential. I mean, it's housing our students, so that's how I see it. So yeah, I think this is a reasonable way forward, given that it's not actually going to, through investigation, risk anything. It comes back to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anna. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, look, I've found the debate really interesting, and I think there would be a general consensus in this chamber that we've got to protect the river. But I feel that the motion has been well crafted, and I feel the motion has turned its mind to ensuring that we do protect the river while being very specific as to how we intend to do that. We intend to only consider it if the development is at scale. We've turned our mind to the fact that we would only consider it if an interim solution was going to be in play when there is clear commitment from Flowing Water, Iwai, and Flowing Water or Council to fund long-term solutions in the period, and that there is a body corporate or unit title mechanism where the liability of the interim solution and its feasibility is managed. And I think it would be unfair to say that globally interim solutions always fail. I think it would be really misleading to say that there aren't some good examples. And you could probably put up as many cases of where final solutions have been put in play and things go wrong too. So this is a considered risk which has been identified, and I believe it's a sensible next step. Because I remind everybody, we have a crisis. And the crisis is at least a third of the city can't get connections. We're the fastest growing city. We're struggling to provide social housing, affordable housing, and a wide range of housing. And it's our job to try to find a solution. It's not just to always say no.
Timing. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Okay, I'll speak, use my right of reply. I do want to acknowledge our staff for the work that they've done to date in helping us to work through these issues, and acknowledge the advice that the on-site solutions are not favoured. In response to concerns in regard to the risks that they pose, I have, because I don't want wastewater going into the river, I don't want to damage relationships with our iwi partners. I had hoped that what we'd put forward significantly narrowed the scope of where we would consider these, so that, and also that in terms of the work that's being done to investigate them, if we're already looking at unique developments as part of the connections process, which includes industrial or university or other developments, that at scale, which will be fairly rare, if at all, housing developments, would be able to be considered as part of that work that's already being done. So that's quite different to if we were saying that we're going to allow these as lots of small scale developments everywhere. But as was raised, what if Simplicity wanted to build here, or what if there was another build to rent organisation? There's been a proposal, for example, for housing for our essential workers, which they've come to us to want to discuss. So I don't want us to be putting our river at risk if ultimately this comes back and, you know what, we can't make it work, fine. But what I'm trying to do is really test whether there are ways to manage this in the best way possible, limit the scope, but allow for opportunities where they provide significant benefit to the city. That is the intention. And I have to stop there. All right, so we will go to the vote. We'll take the two parts of this separately. So we'll go with first the main body of the motion. We'll go to the board. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'm just procedurally questioning, were people aware that we're not taking item 5 in this one?
Yes.
I thought there was unified support broadly, and I'm just wondering if they've voted.
Yep. Okay, all right.
The motion is carried 8 for, 5 against.
Okay, all right, and let's go to the second part of this.
We'll reset.
We need to revote.
Yes, please.
Look, we are needing to revote. Yes, so yeah.
I think Emma's trying to put a hand up.
Councillor Pike, are you able to use the indication buttons?
She looks sick.
Maybe just give a thumbs up.
Do you want to do a thumb? Yeah, okay, we got
There we
it.
go. The motion is carried 9 for, 5 against.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move into public excluded. I will move and Deputy, oh, there we go. We had Councillor Ewan jump in. So we're going to take a moment to move to public excluded. Cool, thank you.